Gonna be a minute. Good evening everyone again. Sorry, my daughter just called. She was being put to bed, so I had to take that phone call. Alright, let's go alive. Bye-bye. Alright, let's get some leveling going. I think I'm just gonna start in here, whatever it says, Valley of the Four Winds. Do whatever questing is here. So unoptimized. It is crazy. Oh shit. We do a queue for a random one. All the other options went away. Oh, the Rise and Sandalari is still there. And Heroic Classic. Oh, I've never done this one before. Are they halfway done? No. I gotta fix my party frames at some point. Feel very off. Well, that one's bugging out, I guess. I think I can just stand and everything. Nothing should affect me. I think I'm just gonna put Lord of Glory. Oh no, shit, I can't do that. I think that was the last one. Yeah, it was. if I do that? I don't need any loot at least from anything. Figured out yesterday I have a best in slot from the dungeons, that is. Did I have any quests, or it's just cancelled because grade. It takes a bit of getting used to the old rotation and stuff, but good. Hey, I'm curious, Siege Wogmar. How big of a step up was the last 3 bosses compared to rest? It was a huge step up. Everything up to Malkorok was dead within an hour or 2. Like, it was really fast. I guess Malkorok was a bit of a step up compared to Nazgrim. Everything up to and including Nazgrim held within an hour, right? And then I think Malkorok took like an hour or 2. It was like the first thing that kind of felt like a bit of a step up, but it was really just like I think healers just kind of had to think very differently about it, because like you wanted to heal everyone up with a shielding and whatnot. That just took a little bit of time for the healers to get used to, but other than that, it was spoils. That was again a small step up, but it wasn't massive or anything. So where we tried a strategy that didn't work and had to then go back to drawing board, and again, wasn't really that complicated. Like, everything died within the first day, except for like everything up to that point died within the first day. And then Siegecrafter took a few days. Paragons of Klaxi was super bugged at the start. So we lost a lot of time there. And the boss basically took a lot longer because it was bugged. But it was definitely still a bit of a step up, but it wasn't that big of a step up. If you take into account the end of it. The end result, kind of the end version of the fight. And it wasn't that big a deal, that difficult. Definitely the hardest one up till that point. I mean, except for Siegecrafter, right? Compared to everything else in the instance, it was still a step up. And then Garrosh, which was definitely a big step up. But I think, Garrosh always seemed kind of like doable. I think, if I remember correctly, like, things were hard. Yeah, it got crazy, but there was just, I feel like a lot of some fights are where basically you have this one part of the fight that is insanely hard, and you just have to completely figure out how to do it. While Garrosh had like didn't really have that one thing that was like impossible to figure out, but rather like just a lot of small things, and you could easily like very slowly make a little bit of progress on that fight, and then you played it a little bit better, you played it a little bit better, you played it a little bit better, like all the time. Meanwhile, some of the fights are like, okay, you're getting to this one part like every single pull. Wait, what? You can bring up peace on a player? Oh shit! Silence. It's silent. Just silences them. Oh my god. Puddles gives you damage. I think I'd get vengeance for it. Oops. Did they go back to the god-awful tab targeting they had back then? Or will they use the current tech that? Was Siege harder? Siege Crosser was definitely harder than Claxy, but Claxy was bugged. The Claxy took a lot more attempts. Well, I don't know if it took a lot more attempts, but it took longer time, I think. But I think we were stuck on that fight in bugged versions for the first 2 days, I think. Where we could make a little bit of progress here or there, but the majority of the time was wasted because it was bugged. There was this one time, it was really funny actually. There was this one time on Claxy where we die. I think we had killed 2, maybe 3 of them. I think we killed 2 of them. We die, we mass res, but the encounter didn't reset itself. So we could basically start the fight halfway through. I think there was only for a single poll. We didn't really figure out what happened to why it happened or anything. So we kind of like buffed up and was like, well, the bosses are just standing there. Can we pull? Can we go? And 2 bosses were dead. And then we do, and then we just kind of get over, like, some people were very eager to just like, let's just try it and see what happens. And then we basically, like, I guess you could say we kind of wasted the fact that we got that opportunity to try it once, but we obviously wasn't going to like abuse it or anything like that. It was just more like, I think we rest everyone up, and then it's like, oh, the bosses are still there, and it's like, what can we do? Can we pull them? And then someone just pulls it, and it's like, we're like, oh, what do we do now? Pick things up. What are we doing? Like, and it was Claxy ads that we had never really dealt with because we had never really gotten to that part of the fight before, so we had no idea what to actually do. So it was pretty quick wipe. What is he doing there? But I think it only happened once. I think it might have happened the second time or something where we just kind of like reset it just to, because we knew we weren't gonna be using that anyway. Some of us were like, well, maybe we should use it to try to just understand these mechanics, because we can basically start the encounter halfway through. But we never figured out what was causing it, I think, and we couldn't replicate it. Yeah, that's pretty funny bug in that fight. But there were so many bugs, I didn't even remember them. It would have been so good if we had like actually recorded the progress. I wish we would have done that in general before streaming was a thing. That would have been so good to have like a montage of like things that went wrong during progress and stuff. Not necessarily like wipes and whatnot, but like bosses and fun things that happened during progress. But back then, like, people weren't playing the game for the exposure. People weren't playing for like to further their gaming career. Why? Oh, these are the small ones. So nobody were really thinking about those lines. And like, even after I was doing a lot of like content creation stuff, I never went into like I've never did like YouTube stuff until like very recently, when I started uploading like some highlights and whatnot of our raids, these casual raids and whatnot. It must be cool to play a fight that there's no YouTube video on and guide. It is a very specific, it is a very special thing for sure. I think the biggest frustration with it, but it also like it is obviously very exciting to do something, try something that nobody else has tried. That is a very special feeling. The biggest frustration I think for the world first race at that point was like, we don't even know if, well, I guess it's kind of the same now, but we don't even know if the boss is killable. Like sometimes you hit a wall and you're like, what, like, is this boss killable, or we're just gonna sit here and wait for nerfs? Like that definitely happens still in live on retail. So but I guess because it was just all more hidden back then, like there was like there wasn't much around it. What I don't know for that. 399, 400 or 400. Hit haste or hit crit. Oh, hit haste then. Did every raider chip in with strategy or so, or was it mainly the raid leader and specific people that made up stats? It was obviously mostly the raid leader and whatnot that came up with strats. It was very different. Some players just sat back and relaxed and didn't really do anything. Didn't want to partake, and that was obviously perfectly fine. But I would say in general, and I think that's what makes a pretty successful team, at least back then, was where everyone was kind of chipping in. What can I do better, or what my job is being hindered by X, and my job can be done better if we do Y, right? So everyone was kind of chipping in there, and I felt like it was a pretty joint thing. The overlaying strategy about everything, yeah, sure, that was probably more like just the raid leader kind of stuff. I need to move them. Okay, yeah. So but everyone was like chipping in with their own things. Like, what can mages do better here? And it's like, well, mages would talk to each other, or like the raid, or let's say major, like, I don't know what class, like maybe the melee or whatever would have an issue with where the boss was standing. Then they would obviously just say where, say like raise their voices or concerns or whatever, so that we could all do better, right, kind of thing, right? But overlaying strategy or whatever, there was definitely some people like after the raid was over, like that were talking, strategizing between things. These days you have like a team of analysts basically helping out during raid hours, but also like after raid hours, so they can obviously, the guild is basically raiding 24/7 these days, in one way or another, or like helping improve one way or another. How would you describe the feeling of getting for well first? Is it euphoric? Yeah, it is pretty euphoric, I think you could say. It is a very special feeling. Like it is hard to explain, to be the first in the world to succeed with something, I guess, right? Like, and it's like, if anything, I guess it's more of a feeling where if you do get world first, nobody can take that away from you, kind of thing. So it's like, that's just there forever. Like, you go back, you look back through like raiding history and whatever, and it's like, the fact that I was there on that kill or whatever is like never gonna be able to be removed. Like, that was just, I was just there, you know, kind of thing. The feeling that you get something you obviously know, like, it obviously makes you feel like you are good at what you're doing, kind of thing. I think I'm done after this, yeah. So I don't know, it just validates the time you spend on it, I guess. Getting world second, if anything, was insanely disappointing. Like, because obviously you're running for world first, so getting world second was like a huge disappointment. Obviously not, because you are spending so much time and effort on getting world first and you don't manage or whatever, so you feel like the time could definitely have spent else with doing something else. I think Method Mob Roaster was special. All the names in one raid is so iconic. Yeah, there's a lot of people who still do raid. I think raiding definitely took changed a lot in Mists of Pandaria. The raids were all amazing in Mists of Pandaria. I guess Mogishan Vault tier as a whole could be a little bit discussed, I think, but like we have issues with Shaw of Fear being a really cool fight, really interesting fight, but a like 25-minute fight. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Mogishan Vaults, I think Mogishan Vaults in general was pretty good. Heart of Fear had was the first boss that was insanely bugged or insanely overtuned, especially for being the first boss. And then I guess Armor Shaper was relatively interesting, and the last boss just kind of uninteresting. I think the mythic version of it was just didn't really feel that that special. But like, I mean, I don't know. Like, Will Emperor felt really cool because of the dance was harder, more complicated, whatever. If you ain't first, you're last, Ricky boy. If you're not first, you are the first loser. Alright, if you're second place, you're first loser. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, if you were running for world first, and back then, as I said before, people were running because they loved playing the game or being good at the game and showing others that they were better than the others, I guess. Like, you weren't running to further your gaming career or your streaming career or your livelihood or whatever, right? Which it is now, obviously. People just did it as a hobby. So you also, to some extent, wanted to make sure that you felt like your hobby wasn't wasted, right? Now, in the race for world first, obviously there's a huge difference between getting first and second. But I do feel like there's the raiders that go for world first, even if they get second or third, they still get a bit of a payday, right? I think there's a lot of incentives, like they get more from their sponsors or something if they, or more of a payout if they get world first and stuff. So there is definitely a big incentive to get world first as well. But at the end of the day, you still get paid. Back then, you just didn't get paid at all. Like, first, you get world first, no money. You get world second, no money. Oh yeah, it's very different. Such iconic names, Sparkig's best warlock ever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Mists of Pandaria was a very iconic expansion with a lot of iconic names, and a lot of people who played back then are still playing. At a relatively, like, at a high level. There's a lot of new names as well, don't get me wrong, but I guess what can we do? Yes, I don't know if you could say a lot of people, I guess, but like, I know they for somehow it's a lot of people still get stuck on, right? Let's see here. Method Shaw of Fear. Well, let's look at the raid roster here. I don't know if there's that many still playing. A lot of them are still like very iconic. Wonder whose is the easiest one to see. I don't like Roger Brown's is hard to read. That sounds awful to read. Mine's okay, I guess not the best one. Let's see, Roger Brown's is hard. There we go. Okay, Ashwell probably don't I don't know, I don't think so. Just Wait still raids. I guess he's more of an analyst now. Roger Brown, same. Go, I guess he doesn't raid in world first. I don't raid in world first. Infid doesn't, he's still around. He's on my friend list. He still plays a lot. Nox doesn't play. Perfectus still plays. I think he plays in Method as well. Razzie still plays a game, but not high level. Decor, which is a warrior here. I think he's on my friend list, but I don't think he's plays well anymore. And Durian, I honestly don't even know who that was. Artsy, I guess no idea when he quit, really. His name obviously doesn't play. Leeds got banned, so I don't think he plays. Pacta probably does. I don't even know. He's not playing in one of the top guilds. I guess I'm just disproving myself here, right? Bloody, I think he still does I think he still streams and stuff, right? I don't think he plays WoW, but he's pretty big when Diablo comes around, like, I don't know if seasons or whatever, but he streams it in French. Fela, I don't think he lasted more than that tier. Sparkugs, obviously everyone knows. Varya was also pretty decent Warlock. But he never stuck. I don't think he stuck around too much. I think Vikina still plays. Apku, no idea. Nagura still plays. Owl, I think he stopped playing. And then Sabok, I think he stopped playing as well. I can't read the last name. What is that? Potom. Yeah, no, he fucked off after Serenity split. Yeah, so I pretty much just disproved myself there because I don't think there's a lot of names there. In this roster right now, I guess Just Wait, Roger Brown are the only ones that, yeah, but the analysts, like, they still play in top game. They are still participating in top World First Guilds. But they don't play Skull as well. And Perfecto. I guess Perfecto is the only raiding player that still plays at the World First level. Of all these players. So what? Wasn't that kill you guys got like an 8 in the morning? Yeah, this one was, yeah, 9 in the morning. Yeah, we did an all-nighter for this one. Oh, okay, we're 7:48, yeah. Who, I'm guessing that was, why would, is Greece 1 hour ahead? I guess they might be, yeah. Yeah, no, 7, Jesus Christ. That's Roger's UI, so that was 7. So 7:38 Noxa. Oh, this would have been better. Noxa was such a good guy, like a really good raid leader, really good guy. I wonder why he did end up doing now. Alright, but so I guess Perfecto's the only raider still playing. What was the next one? Rodden. When I'm like raiding at a World First Guild, right? What is your take having an outside raid leader and not having to worry about making calls playing at the same time? I miss when everyone actually played in raid. Honestly, it was just the natural evolution of it, honestly. I think back in the day, the technology to live call events wasn't there. There was no instant, no lag streaming. I think Discord is what a lot of people use. I guess a lot of people like, I don't know what they use. I think in, like, when it comes to Liquid and Echo, they have like in-house feeds that they can directly tap into, so there is zero lag. I don't know if you have like 1 second lag or something on Discord, but it is very very low lag kind of thing. And I would definitely say that was I mean that's what they started using, right? Because like in Lothar, when they did it for the first time, there was, I think Liquid didn't have an event where they could tap into the direct feed of players. I don't know, maybe they did, or they didn't get World First anyway. But that was the first tier they were doing it, right? They got, well, I think, oof, let's see here. World First Ashara was Method who got that. I think Liquid got the second last one. What's his name? Zakul? Or did Method get that too? Can I not see that? Raid achievements. Oh my god, there's so many deals. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Method and Limit fought neck and neck with the entire tier, with Limit taking over the forefront of the competition to key points. So, Limit, Liquid, these days, I got Zakul before Method, and by a large margin, and that was a lot, that had a lot to do with the outside raid leader. I think even I think Max was playing during all the other bosses. It was first when they got to Zakul where they pulled that trump card, if I remember correctly. That, like, I believe that's where he sat out but still kept calling. They ended up losing the world first, where to Method anyway. So Method got Queen Ashara world first. I was in casting that race, so it was really exciting. Yeah, no, they ended up casting that. They ended up winning that one anyway, Method, for the last boss, but that was just because the last boss was really I guess it was just really healing intensive, and they were able to go down to 2 healers while Liquid were still doing. It wasn't healing intensive, it was actually low on healing, but it had moments where it was really healing intensive. But it was very DPS like a big DPS requirement for the entire fight. So Method were able to go down to 2 healers while Liquid were not, and that made a relative difference. But that tier was the first one where Max started casting from the from outside, and that made a big difference. And then obviously Method or what's it called, Method or Echo eventually obviously end up doing that the very next tier, because it was obviously such a huge advantage, right? So I do think that it is an obvious gain, right, not having to actually play as the raid leader. I obviously, like anyone's performance goes down if you're raid leading, because you're not just doing your job, you're doing all the shout calling and everything as well. And that could in a large part be made with weak auras and like assignments pre-hand, whatever. But yeah, PvP scene was also iconic with Wreckful. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of like, I think Zaryu and Peekaboo both started their gaming careers as well in Mr. Pandaria. Yeah. So what I was saying was that the tech for live streaming, like sitting outside, wasn't really there back in the day, like back in Mr. Pandaria. It kind of came along a lot before Nihilotha, or no, Eternal Palace, but it was different there then. You couldn't really you couldn't feasibly do that in, for example, Mr. Pandaria. But in Mr. Pandaria, the other tech that changed was streaming. Streaming started becoming big. There were obviously more people, like throughout time has obviously gotten better infrastructure about internet and like just sending like data everywhere, right? So streaming started becoming more of a thing that was able to be done, and it started getting a lot of mainstream attraction. And so streaming really popped off in Mr. Pandaria, and a lot of streamers who are famous or around were started in Mr. Pandaria, because that's when basically it wasn't very saturated, right? Yeah, so that the technology that was around came out there or whatever was just made it more possible to be streaming and have that as be a thing. Right, let's see here. So again, Kuznam Rasi, Ashfell playing Shaman here instead of Rogue. Me in for Viklund, I think he still raids, but in a top 20 guild or something. Lorgok, I don't know if he raids, but he plays for Method. I don't know. He has something to do with them, but I don't think he raids. Val doesn't raid. I don't know if he plays. I think he's on my friend list as well, but I don't think he plays. Roger, Potom, Artsy, Blatty again, Varia again, Sparkugs again, Vikina, Just Monk, Super. He played Shaman. He joined right before me, actually, in Wrath of Lich King. Eek, I think his last tier was Sichogmar. Leads against Smoothie. I think he still plays WoW, but yeah, not in a high tier guild. Sony, I think he doesn't play WoW. Aladia, I don't know what he's doing. Sarbark, Stridum, and Ferko. Yeah, so nobody there, really, again. Topping DPS meter? Ah, yeah. Topping damage, and if you looked here... Right, is that the last one? Barkug's POV. But Sparkugs, okay, so Sparkugs became really famous because Sparkugs was, I think, the first. I think Sparkugs was the real first content creator Method really had. I mean, not really counting Preach, right? He obviously did play for Method. He, the second time he joined and he didn't make member, or as in like, I don't think he obviously didn't stick around long enough for more than the first year. I don't know if he's ever really told the story about that. I don't remember why. But yeah, he was only in for that tier Dragon Soul, I think. And I think he was a bench player most of the time as well, because he joined right before the raid, right? But Sparkugs was the first guy. He wasn't streaming though, but he was doing YouTube stuff, right? Like guides, or like maybe not guides, but like tips and tricks or whatever. I think something that would really fit today's day and age. So a lot of people know Sparkugs because he did a lot of YouTube stuff, which there wasn't a lot of people who did. There were few people in some people in Bloody Legion who did as well, but mostly there were just a few people from Method who were streaming. Like there was nobody who did any YouTube stuff, I think. And at most it was some people who uploaded some highlights to YouTube, but not like regularly or anything like that. Yeah, did you have any ferals at this point? So Fragnance obviously joined as feral, but I think he joined after Throne of Thunder. I think his first tier was Siege of Orgrimmar. And then we see Garrosh. Oh look, his top of meters is that again. Much closer though, holy shit. So here, oh my god, all these UIs make it impossible to read people's thing. Sabak actually, I guess it's decent, but it's hard to read. Again, Ashrael, also really hard to read. I think mine was okay. I think I actually removed the borders. Where was mine? My POV is here somewhere. There we go, right before. Yeah, I removed the borders, it looks a lot nicer, but the tank you obviously didn't really use a custom layout thingy. Alright, Infaval Krebs. I don't remember if he was new in this tier or when he joined. A German warrior. Yeah, I think a really good player. He was also really good at like doing assignments and stuff. He was very up for that. Ashral Noxus Smoothie, the rogue team, doing the going up and doing the engineers, which is always like a really weird thing that we did that, but it worked. So we had 3 people do that. Common rogues had a really high burst, so we didn't have to send like 8 range DPS on doing it, but we had 3 DPS less on the boss in general in first phase. Hey Nader! Fragnance, this is his first tier. Perfecto still raids. Sparkugs, Gabs, I don't think he raids anymore. Blatty, Eek, Just Wait. Roger Brown, Vikina, Pakta. Very similar raiding team from the rest of the expansion though. Aladia, Sabak, Rasi, Owl, Sonny. Yeah, very similar. There's a few people that are still around in the WoW scene or the social media scene and whatnot. But yeah. What was the best mechanical skill player back then in MoP that rarely died? Like looking at these names, I think some of the I would wanna nominate would probably be I don't know, that's hard. All right, Kuznan left right before this tier, I remember. So he wasn't Dre leading anymore. Mechanically skilled player, it's so hard. Like we had some people that were really good at mechanical, like doing mechanics, but but then also refused to do any mechanics if they had to. Like, they just didn't want to do it, even if, like, because they wanted to focus on their stuff or whatever, right? I don't know if they were afraid of, like, failing on it or whatever, but, like, we definitely had some people who didn't want to take on any responsibility and do their thing. Pacta always ended up doing shit, not wanting to do it, but he always ended up doing it because we needed range to do it, so Pacta, being a Moonkin, just always ended up doing it. Roger, I guess, chose himself always to do it because he was obviously raid leading and stuff, so he just wanted to get it done. It's hard. I think some of the players, I mean, I don't know, mechanic-wise, I think, like, Infa was one of the best ones. Noxa was really good as well. Sparkugs, I think, never, like, failed on anything, I feel like. That's the memory I have, at least. Playing range makes it relatively easy mechanically as well. But those are probably names that kind of stick out for me. Going back to Method when. It's very hard. Like, everyone had their moments when they failed stuff, but there were definitely players that you would be more comfortable. I think in general, like, the rogue team were always really solid, except on this boss. Because, like, rogue team was the rogue team became kind of legendary in Mr. Pandaria because they always ended up doing the shitty jobs, and because Noxa was one of the officers back then, and he just like, well, oh, I can do that, like, and then he just jumped on that and was like, well, what if we had two other rogues? They can also help out doing it. They did a shitty job with the engineers, I think it was, on the Galacron boss and stuff as well. Like, if they obviously have feint, they have dodge, what's it called, evasion, and they have cloak, so they could do so much shit and get away with it. So Noxa was just really good at volunteering himself for those kind of jobs and also getting the other rogues to do it. Like I said, like I said, on this fight in phase 1, it spawns 2 engineers, and you have to kill 1 engineer so that an iron star doesn't go out on that side. We sent the 3 rogues to do that. That's a ranged player's job, right? But we sent the rogues, and they could killing spree, or I don't know if you had shadow step or if you just killing spreed up, but like you could shadow step up and then killing spree, and you did an insane amount of damage over a very short amount of time. You had 3 rogues that did that. You had the CDR trinket that made you have killing spree every time, but like it was madness sending the rogues up. But that's what we did because nobody else had to even focus on it. We had a few wipes where the engineer wasn't killed in time because I think you were relying on a trinket that would reduce your cooldown, and sometimes that would, I don't know if that was based on how many abilities or whatever, but like sometimes that would just be a slightly off, and we had a few wipes due to engineers not wiping. But generally it was a very reliable thing. We never really had issues, which we would have had if we sent range, where, oh, there was like 1 or 2 people who didn't swap it fast enough, or they didn't get close enough, or they didn't have the burst they wanted to. Rogues was just really reliable at that point. It's just phase 1, who cares, right, kind of thing. But like it was just a phase 1 thing, and we just made through that very reliably. Yeah, Sparkix was a great player. I mean, he was just all around like really good in every way. Like he understood his class and he did it very well. Like every spec he had. He also played a shit ton as well, right? So, but he was no doubt a really good player. I have a fun question. If you were going for world fastest challenge mode runs with 4 other players, would you pick to join the team from this roster? I don't know, man. Like, I think Sony, this comes down less to skill and more motivation, right? Aladia had no interest in anything like that. Aladia was, he just had no interest in pushing things. That's why I never pushed world fastest challenge mode runs, so I never did that. Like, I didn't have that motivation. Sabak doesn't either. I think Sony was the guy who would probably be motivated for that. Owl was too old to give a shit. I think I think Ald was the oldest raider we had. Not that like he was 60 or anything, but I think he was like 35 at the time, and everyone else was early 20s, right? So Ald was definitely the oldest player we had back then. I think, I'm not sure, I'm sure if definitely, but yeah. So healer wise, probably like Sony. I know Vikina was a really good player, and he was really he liked pushing himself and stuff as well. I think Leeds was competing there, so just like he was playing like really high ones, and he cared about that. So Leeds was definitely like one of, like, Leeds was a really good player as well. He also knew his class very well, right? None of the Warlocks really seemed to give a shit, but I would definitely think that Sparkix could have pulled it out. Rogues also, I think of the rogues it would probably be Ashvel. Like Fragnance always was pushing those, but I can't stand the guy. I couldn't stand the guy back then. Now I don't give a fuck. Crabs have, yeah, Infe is also a really good player. Like Infe has the tech, always has the tech. You have super hot weather. Well, yes, I think today it's been pretty warm as well, but for some reason the sun just came out today and it was crazy. Why didn't you like Fragrance? Because he bullied me for a year and a half. Because he was, I don't know, there's a ton of things. So he bullied me for a year and a half because he was first, I think he started out being jealous, and then he was because I back when he joined, I was the biggest streamer, right? So trying to take out the competition, I don't know, I guess whatever, he joined as a streamer as well, so you can't really use the excuse that he was a non-streamer thinking that because this is a legit criticism from some players in the guild where that maybe didn't end up liking me, because there was a lot of resistance against streaming in Method. We obviously didn't stream Race the World first back then, but there was a lot of resistance to streaming back then. Because to some extent, obviously, there's 25 players who fight for world first, and then one guy streams the farm raids or just uses the name Method and just gets a lot of viewers or whatever, right? Back then, nobody streamed the Method, so I obviously, when I was streaming, I get a lot of viewers because people wanted to check in. It's like, well, what's Method up to? What's happening here? And it was just this channel of like where people could go to keep up with their stars or whatever, right? And so a lot I could understand. I do remember there was some resistance to it. I think Kusna being one of the big ones as well, where they wasn't playing for the fame or fortune or whatever. I wasn't streaming for the fame either. I was streaming to have fun and like spend time, right? But I could understand them looking at it this way, and it's like, then you look at these people streaming and it's like the people who just want a game and have fun and not be on a reality show, they can look at the streamers and be like, oh, this is so annoying, that guy is streaming, blah blah blah. It's like, I don't want to be part of this. Like, they're using then and then there's other people who would like to do it but either didn't take the step or don't think it's gonna work, or there were some people who tried streaming and never really got any viewers or followership, and they would look at the successful ones and it's like, oh my god, like he is using the guild's name for his own benefit. Because there's also, back then there was nothing with like sharing the money that you gain from ads or subs or anything. I don't know how shared that is now. I know I've heard in the past that I don't remember if it was Liquid or Echo but like this subs gained during the Race to World first is kind of like compiled in a pot and then spread out between all the players and the whole organization, right? So what I'm saying is that Fragrance was a streamer before he joined Method, so he couldn't even use that as like a pathway or a reason for disliking me. And to some extent, I know he said at some point that, oh my god, he just looked up to Kusnam so much that he thought it would be so cool and he would get so friendly with Kusnam if he kept bullying me for like a year and a half. And yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of the story. The Frag fans didn't make it better either. No, I mean, obviously he was egging his fans on, right? He was egging everyone on to keep up the thing. And so obviously, I guess to some extent, obviously, like his career was booming from being this asshole online, and like obviously he was a good player. I've never like, you know, said anything against that. Maybe people saying he's the god tier gamer of the best ever playing DPS or whatever, it's like maybe exaggerated, but he was always a good and consistent player. And obviously I played with him back then as well. I always don't know how he is now, but he was a good and like one of the most consistent players as well back then as well, no doubt. Mojin, thank you so much for subscribing, I really do appreciate it. As well with Prime. I think that was Liquid done that first. Yeah, like the sharing of split money or whatever, and I think that makes perfect sense. Like when you're streaming world first, everyone needs to kind of get a share of the pot, right? Do you think the race to world first make it a lot of money on Twitch because it gets like 200-300k viewers later on, and which that's kind of wild. They don't really go that high. I think some tier has gone up to 300k. I think in general the last few races have been actually kind of low with about 100k. Okay, I'm talking about the highest stream. So like when Liquid are about to kill the boss, I think Max's stream has like 140k viewers. And Liquid stream themselves has like 50 or something. If Echo is about to kill a boss, I think Echo stream has about 150k viewers, and then Echo doesn't have this one guy that everyone watches outside of the, like, Echo is more focused on the brand Echo, while Liquid, streaming wise or whatever, it's just kind of become that Max's channel is the one people tune into. But I think 200,000, that's probably true for like the Race the World First in general, or maybe even like Liquid's all Liquid streams. That might be good numbers. I don't think the ad revenue from those views is really what matters. It's more about like you have sponsorships based on how many viewers you have. You have subs as well, obviously donations as well. I guess the donations are generally for charity and whatnot, so I guess you don't make a lot of money from that. But I don't think it's necessarily the ad revenue, but the sponsors is probably a lot more. What do you do for a living nowadays? I actually start a new job in like a week. So I've been out of a job for a while now. I've been doing renovations at my own house, like a lot. I'm running Rep Pala, and will they do good in MoP? I have no idea. No, I will not be running Rep Pala. So split between the teams now. Yeah, the viewer count, do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious to if Liquid or Echo would want to share a little bit more. They wouldn't have to show the actual numbers, but more like the percentage of where their income comes from. But I also understand why they wouldn't want to do that. They might also have said a lot more like how like they make money doing the Race to World First. But you got to remember as well, putting up the Race to World First events are also wildly expensive. You don't just have the 20 players playing either. You have like a team of like 10 analysts, and you then also have like the casters who gets paid like pretty well for their time, and then you have like the production teams as well, like everyone's getting paid, so there's a lot of money have to be spent on that as well. So I think it's a wonder that they even like go. I don't even know if they do go plus. I do remember, I think at the start, the first event Method did or whatever, they didn't actually go positive. They kind of went back, but they had money to what's it called, to spend or to use for that. But like promotional wise, it was definitely a success, even if it wasn't a financial success, the first one, like not a direct one, right? I think so. Sponsors are a goldmine for sure. I got a friend who's raiding in Liquid, and I can tell you that they earn a very comfortable living doing the race. Yeah, so that's also, but that's a question, right? Like, that's the issue, right? Like, you earn very well doing Race the World First, which is like a 2-week event. I don't know if you probably get paid for like some of the prep and stuff as well, but like even say you would earn, let's say 5,000 if you win a Race the World First. That's a very good monthly salary, like very good. But then the other weeks, the other months, you aren't making as much. So over the whole year, I think it's probably pretty comparable to a relatively normal salary. Well, yeah, you have a base pay outside the race as well, but I do wonder how big that one is. I have no idea if I'm doing this right. Yeah, I did not. Oh yeah, okay. I guess I did. I don't know. It's obviously Race to World First has changed so much. Like it was like streaming. It's so funny because I got into streaming. I got into Race to World First before there were any money in it. And I wasn't able to capitalize on that in any way, shape, or form. But like I'm not really that guy that sells himself very well. So what do I need to do here? So I'm not saying I would have done better now, but yeah. Imagine the amount of viewers of Twitch if Method vs Paragon took place. The streamer was big back then. The thing is, like, yeah. I mean, for sure. Obviously, I think streaming I don't know if people watch the Skull made a YouTube video about about the Preach video about the Method split back in Hellfire Citadel, and he talked a lot about money and wanting to turn his hobby into a sustainable future for himself, but also for the other raiders, right? And maybe there were a lot more talks about that because I obviously left quite a lot. Well, I mean the same expansion, but like at the start of the expansion instead of the end of the expansion, right? And Hellfire Citadel was a pretty long expansion, long tier as well. But like I left like 2 years before that happened, and I recognized in that video a lot of the issues that were plaguing the raiders already back then. Right, and I think one of the big one was obviously money, where raiders didn't feel like they got their cut of the money that the guild was making, right? The guild was making money, but it was spent on things that the guild, who felt like they had contributed on making the name Method the brand it was, they didn't see any of that. And as I said, I left 2 years before. There might have been more communication about that, but there was zero communication from the officer team or the leaders or whatever about this, about trying to make it into a more sustainable version so that everyone could actually make money out of it. That might have been the idea, but that's also easy to say long term or after the fact, right? But even if that was the idea, that was never communicated to players. Which meant that players felt that they were doing this for the fun of the game, while SCO, or the officers, I think it was pretty much only aimed at SCO, reaped all the benefits, right? And then some of the money, like SCO obviously there says that, oh, the money was spent back into building the brand, which might be true, some at least, or most of it. I'm sure that might very well be the case. But again, that felt like they were at that time, they were investing in Hearthstone players, giving them actual money, which we, the players of the raiding team, didn't see any of. So suddenly Method as a team has this money they can spend on players, just not us. That was a huge slap in the face for a lot of players raiding in Method back then. And yeah, I mean, I think if they would have been a lot more forthcoming with, we need to build the brand up so we can attract more sponsors. And I think something along those lines were, I guess, said as well, like, we want to attract more sponsors. So, I mean, yeah, sure. But then they were doing that by paying other people than the people who had built Method to the success it was, right? Yeah, that was a slap in the face for a lot of players. And obviously there was no... There didn't seem to be any kind of increase or ability, like chance or even talks about money or whatever, right? At all. So people were literally just doing it for charity. And I'm sure that it's the exact same conversation that just kind of went further and further and further. And I wouldn't be surprised if people like legitimately, obviously in the end, thought that like SCO or Method was just like hogging all the money for themselves. Because you also got to remember, sponsorship money back then wasn't big, right? For the whole team. But if you imagine a sponsor coming to you and it's like, hey, put, which we had a case where like sponsors obviously wanted to be on the kill videos, right? At the start of kill videos and whatnot, and they would pay some money for that. Like imagine a sponsor comes and says, hey, we'll pay $2,000 if you put our logo in the kill video, right? $2,000 is a good amount, sure, but split that out between 25 raiders and you end up with nothing. So, but spend that 2K on one person, and that's a lot of money for that person. So anyway, that was the optics, at least when I was around, that people obviously didn't see anything. The money that was going into the guild might have been spent in reinvesting for the guild, but if what we obviously weren't sure. We obviously didn't get to see any numbers, even those people who were long-term like raiders and stuff. We didn't get to be in on discussion or talk about it or anything, and there was just a lot of resistance to it. So I think back then, yeah, even if we would have streamed like Mr. Pandaria, there wouldn't have been a lot of money in it. There would have been a lot more fame and Twitch viewers, sure, for a lot more players who were streaming. It would have been a lot more, I think, impactful in the long run for and it would have built up to what we have now a lot faster, but there wouldn't still not have been a lot of money in it, and not a lot of people were very interested in doing that. And then because a lot of players who were playing World of Warcraft had been playing it, of very veteran players, had been playing for a long time, and wanted to also at that point take advantage of being able to play World of Warcraft sustainably, and not just have it as a hobby outside your job. That, I think, naturally just pushed a lot more people into being open to the idea of streaming races and streaming themselves and making money that way. But back then, there was no chance that it could, even if we were streaming Race the World first, even if we would win, the money would not be enough to pay the guild. Not the first race. Maybe after that there could be more interest and stuff like that, and maybe the sponsor, like you could be picky with the sponsors and stuff. Yeah. Did you miss the old life with the progress and the other stuff behind? Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a very special time in my life. I would not be able to go back to it now because of family and situation and stuff, but it was a very special time in my life that I do cherish, so for sure. If Equid Liquid offered you a spot, would you progress with them if you got really good money, or do you not have that motivation no more? Honestly, I think if I was offered like a proper like salary, comparable to what I have at my current job and stuff, then I'd probably be very interested. Yeah, I would. The complicated part about it is really farm raids, honestly, because those usually start at 6 or 7, and it would just basically force me to never be able to put my kids to bed. You know? Yeah, now they're making a lot of money, no doubt, no doubt. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. The fabulous Miss Fanny. So I managed to do the extra spicy tofu. Bang, extra. Ask her to deliver them. Food must land on Thunderfoot Ranch. So softly didn't work. Average power. Do I not see it get sent? Oh, I did get that one. Okay, so hit it softly because the watermelon's gonna break. Yeah, nice. Do you think gear lost its value after the introduction of Mythic Plus? No, definitely not at the start. Like there was no incentive to do Mythic Plus because at the start because raids had the best gear anyway. So that was very late in Mythic Plus, where Mythic Plus actually offered valuable incentives. And I, as a raider back then, was very opposed to Mythic Plus actually getting decent gear. And I think I was gatekeeping it a lot more than I should have, like knowing what I know now. I was gatekeeping it a lot more. I think Mythic Plus, especially at the higher difficulties, should definitely reward comparable gear. In one way or another, and I think it's a relatively good way we have it now, where you can get like almost mythic gear from doing Mythic Pluses, and then your weekly reward is equivalent to mythic gearing, because it's just very slow. I would like there to be more of a ramp up, I think, in Mythic Plus gearing, as in maybe the first few weeks you can't just spam Mythic Plus 24/7 and get the best gear available. Pure nightmare. Hello, thank you so much for the 3 months, Ellie. I appreciate it. Hugs. Hey, let's do some trick loves. I don't think it lost its value. I think having only best in slot gear drop from raids is kind of a bad idea, honestly. So yeah, I don't know. I like Mythic Plus being a way for people to not only gear up but like competitive and everything. Like Mythic Plus, I think, is only good for the game. Gatekeeping good gear to raids is silly, I think. What they could do if they really wanted to, which is a bad idea anyway, would be like your raiding gear is better than your Mythic Plus gear when you're in raids. Like, oh, has 10% more stats when inside a raid instance. Then you could make Mythic Plus and raid gear be exactly equal in Mythic Plus, but raid gear would still be the preferred choice of gear for raiding. Because you could see it as like, why would you need raid gear to do Mythic Plus? But Mythic Plus is ever scaling, so of course you would need better gear. Always better gear. Kung was on top of the top. Do you know that back in the... No, wait. Do you know that he is back to streaming every now and then, although he only plays classic hardcore? Yeah, Kung checks in for a payday every now and then. Like, Kung went completely like anti-vax idiot, and like he's just always been a pretty bad player, like since I've known him. I don't know how good of a player he was in classic and TBC and shit like that, but when they introduced active mitigation, he was just not able to play like the game. And he's just kind of all around an idiot, so I don't really care. Do you still play with a keypad foam racer? I do, yes, I do. I still do, because after I was robbed when I was at TwitchCon and broke my wrist, my my wrist healed in a way where it makes a lot it's a lot less painful in my wrist to play with a keypad, because I can angle it in a different way and everything. So yeah. If you could press a button and relive one specific tier of progression, which tier raid would that be? Probably Throne of Thunder. Honestly. Throne of Thunder had a lot of banger bosses. Like, they were really good. Like, you had Dark Animus, Rodan and Elation and Rodan. I guess that was 3. I don't know. Those were really good fight. Like, I don't know if Dark Animus really classifies as a really good fight, but it was a really enjoyable fight. I really loved it. Yeah, Tot was a lit dungeon. It was really good, I think. Siege of Orgrimmar was a good raid as well, but I think it was bogged down by the first, like, all bosses before Nazgrim just not meaning anything. Honestly, Siege of Orgrimmar, they could have removed 4 bosses. Like, and it would still have been it would probably have been a better raid if 4 bosses were removed, honestly. Dark Animus must have been crazy to reach early on. Dark Animus was crazy, yeah. I don't think I streamed it. I don't think I did it. Let's see here. Method Dark Animus. Oh, no, I did. I did. There was something about it. I think my POV was here as well. And I think I even make a big mistake when during the kill as well. Who do we start? We start with Pacta. Bloody. Oh, Bloody was, I guess, content creator as well. I was talking about that before with Bloody and or Sparkrix being our first like real content creator, but I think Bloody was doing some stuff as well. Lorgok. Maybe my POV wasn't there. But yeah, no. So, this was a really fun fight. I think we obviously ended up not killing the big. I guess you had to do that because you couldn't kill those big ads. You just had to off tank them. But I guess you were supposed to. Suppose is a hard word. Oh shit! Jesus fucking Christ. Babam, Pure Nightmare gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, and the level 2 hype train as well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That means 20 to 39. We can almost reach our high that we had like 3 months ago of subs. But Dark Animus was a kind of crazy fight. It was a super hectic fight. I think we had a lot of wipes on that fight because the first 20 seconds was a wipe. If we had like 200 pulls in that fight, the first 100 pulls were wipes under 30 seconds or something. Yeah, it was this fast. It was really fast, for sure. Why 30 seconds? So what ends up happening in the very start of this fight is there's X amount of anima golems that you need to tank, and these cannot be gathered up at all. If they are close to another anima golem, they buff each other like insane amount. I don't know if it was like 60% extra damage and attack speed or something like that. So every single anima golem had to be tanked by a player. I think all of them, most of them. I think every single one of them had to be tanked by a player. So a lot of times that was hard to do because not everyone has like plus threat. Well, that's super, not Pacta, sorry. Not every player had a high threat ability. So people standing next to each other would do like a cleave or something, even though they took reduced damage from cleave. Maybe that left a dot or something. But so every single player in the entire raid had a responsibility to take care of one golem each, to make threat on that one and make sure that that one is attacking them, because they would be able to survive that. And then you kill off a few, and as you kill off a few, you can the tanks can then taunt one in extra. Every time one dies, they can taunt a new one in. Tanks could generally survive tanking 2 without too much issue, but if any single player had issues with threat, that ad ran into another ad and buffed each other and instantly killed that guy, and then that guy dies. So there's 2 anima golems running amok, so then 2 of them runs over there and then kills that guy, and it's like boom. It was just this snowball fight all the time. Someone forgot to set up a pet. Happened too. So it was a wipe. It was a very, very quick wipes, yeah, for sure. And tanks would generally just blow all their cooldowns and tank like 3 of them. But they would need help getting them killed because they had vengeance, so they would do the majority of damage, I guess, themselves. But yeah, they it was very fast wipes for sure. There were a lot of times where someone wasn't able to do enough threaten them. Maybe a healer over aggroed them, or people were, like I said, were tab targeting. It's because you needed efficient damage as well. So Super, who is a druid, right? He obviously needs to make sure that he has aggro on this guy. So he DPSs that one, dots it up and DPSs it, and then he goes to DPS another guy. If he would have moved a little bit closer to this Anima Conduit here, or Anima Golem here, they would have buffed each other and killed both of those players, and it would have been a wipe, right? So positioning was very important as well. DPS on Dark Animus was insanely important as well. So there was a DPS race. You didn't want to do too much damage on a Golem, because if you did more damage on the Golem instead of the boss, then it would... you wanted to just do as much damage on the boss as well. So there was a DPS race. So people were... you need to do just the right amount of threat on your ad, so nobody else would over aggro it, but also have it slowly die off while killing the boss. So some people obviously end up like, okay, well, I'm gonna put a dot on these guys just to make sure that they also are dying efficiently, and multi-dotting, tab targeting, that kind of stuff. So he has dots on this golem as well, and that sometimes end up over aggroing, and then boom, you wipe again. So if if an ad dies early, that's fine, but you wanted to maximize damage on the boss, which meant letting dots and efficient damage deal with the golem, the small ads. So you didn't want to outright destroy them instantly, right? Because then, even if you could do that, that kind of, I think, ended up being a relatively good strategy. Well, once you were over geared, you just didn't have that amount of DPS to be able to put all your cooldowns into killing this ad. It would have been made a lot more reliable pulls, but you would end up wiping in the at the end of the boss instead, because the boss would almost always enrage as well. I think yeah, because this so he every time he does a cast called Siphon Anima, that means he sucks anima from every single mob that's around into him. When the ads are dead, and now you only have these two ads here on the left, which means every time he does draw anima, he only sucks in two anima. So he has 6 here, he's gonna do another one, and then he has 96 Siphon Anima here, and then he gets 98. When he reaches 100, he reaches his end rage, and that basically was like, here he does Siphon Anima, gets 100 energy, and now he's gonna start his cast. That's not gonna instantly wipe the raid. You can actually survive quite far into the end rage, because it's gonna start nuking players one by one. It's gonna go relatively quickly though, but you can easily survive 25-30 seconds into the end rage, but your DPS would obviously go down continually, like as people were dying, right? You also have to manage the ads that they die in the right place, so the anima flows to the right ad. Yeah, for sure, because the anima flows to the closest target, and you can see here there's no ads. These, if someone would kill a golem here, that anima would go into this mini ad, and then that one would have to be dealt with, killed, or if it was alive for long, it would be siphoning anima from that one to the boss, which means it would get 1 more energy, right? Every time it would just siphon energy. So you need to make sure that all the ads died next to these big ads. As little as, if I remember correctly, right, as little as possible into the boss himself, but you would get some that would go into the boss, and then as much as possible into these ads. But this anima golem here, for example, when that one dies, it's gonna go into the boss. So I think like perfect play you could have definitely extended the enrage timer more, but yeah. Old. I mean, this expansion is like literally 13 years ago. So yeah, I got gray hair like 5 years ago, so... I think my guild back then had like 400 pulls on that. Yeah, I don't know how many pulls we had on this boss, but it was a lot, for sure. But as I said, like, it's the same with like Kill Jaden we talked about yesterday. Like, it was a 750 boss pull, but like the first 200 pulls were all like wipes within the first minute, because the timers or whatever was really buggy and like very unforgiving and just insanely complicated. And they obviously ended up changing that because people couldn't really get through phase 1 properly or reliably. But boss fights where the first phase is insanely hard tends to have an insane amount of boss pulls before the world first, because it will take a long time to master and you will have time to do that. If the last phase is the really hard phase, you see that one once and then you spend 2 hours making sure that you know exactly what you're doing before you do anything else. Right? Even Trekkie age. I think I remember being like, I was like sub 20 for like 10 years. I went to BlizzCon at like 25 or 26, and people would literally like ask me if I had a if I was old enough to drink. Alright, let's see. Do we have some pictures of Trekkie Gamescom? I think there's a picture here of me ages ago. Oh, this is a slap video. Let's do the slap video. Trekkie slap. It's just a bunch of other slap video. This is not what I'm looking for. Trekkie slaps fan. Maybe it's not there anymore. I don't think no, that's the wrong one. Trekkie slaps and then it's like, oh, Pirate Software abandons his team. Why would that be Trekkie slap fan? Wow, why would that be the thing? I don't know. I mean, there was a Trekkie Flask up interview. Oh, there we go. So this is me. What's that? 11 years ago. So I was 30. I was 26. No, I was 24. I guess I looked like 16. So this was my face for like, I don't know, till I was like 25. Timmy, by the way, thank you so much for the sub. 141 months. So I think I looked young for so long that suddenly it's like, oh, well now I'm old. Blast Furnace was such a strange hard fight. Blast Furnace was a great fight. I think the over-reliance or the reliance on mind control was, I think, the biggest issue there. They should have just added these mind controlling items or something. You pick up a mind control thing or whatever, so anyone can do it, instead of requiring you to have, I think, 4 Shadow Priests, right, to do it. I remember the Sweetback was really jealous of your hair. Back then it was not grey. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. But look here, this is the main part I see when I watch the mirror, right? And it's not grey. But the rest of my hair is completely white. I remember when Just Wait was in the interview when Sko, where he had the not Trekkie. I never saw that, like... I mean, what was BlizzCon 2016 method, was it not 16? Must have, maybe it was 15 when we were on stage. Wait, when was what was I? When did the Warlords of Draenor release? That was 2014 November. So what about if you look at 2014? What's 2014 then? Because I was on stage then. Method versus Midwinter Live Raid. I think Just Wait's up there. Oh, this is a bad POV. Sweetback's there with Josh. I think this is the one where I am oh, there we go. Bloody Treckie. And Rhoda Brown. Ah, shit, I thought Just Wait was there. But Just Wait. Wow. And BlizzCon raid. I think he was then in 2013. Just Wait. 2013. No, it must have been. Yeah, it was 13 then. Oh. BlizzCon live raid. I guess there's a final boss as well. Just Wait, final boss. Yeah, I see that. Not Treckie. That was obviously the tag or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I guess some people might see it, but with this, if it ends up loading. I mean, hi.
I'm just curious, what is it?
This is Just Wait. People always said that we looked alike, or some people said that we looked alike.
I see it.
Do you?
Yeah.
We both have glasses. Alright. that's where the looks like disappear. More now than then. Oh man, I don't think so. I don't know. We have glasses. I guess that's what's similar. I guess. I don't know. I mean, maybe people say it you see your own face too much to be able to draw a resemblance to that to any other anyone else. So it's hard. Still a funny interview. Yeah. There were a lot of good ones. Well, the final boss stopped doing all kinds of like online presence because of doing some less than stellar things at BlizzCon, so he just vanished. I've been staying home Dan for the past 2 years. Yep. He was live a few weeks ago on Twitch. Oh, okay, maybe. I don't know. I do think I think I still follow him on Twitter and stuff, but maybe I don't know, maybe not. But no idea. Rich also just stopped commenting. Wow, he was so cool on the BlizzCon MDI. Funny you say that. He did some less than stellar stuff as well, and that's why he is not around anymore. Alright, what do I need to do right now? I need to find some guys. Everyone's just a bad apple. There is a lot of people who are bad apples. Yeah, I do think as well, especially the gaming community has a very hard time with that as well. There's a lot of other people who've done really shitty things as well. And I think to a large extent it comes to a lot of players, like a lot of World of Warcraft players, a lot of gamers are socially inept. They aren't the popular kids in school because and they play video games because they aren't the popular kid in school, right? Myself included. Like so suddenly we're playing a video game where we are in our circles like famous, and a lot of people know suddenly know who you are, and you're suddenly like, you go to events like BlizzCon or whatever and you feel like you're just so out of place. You're in a completely new world that you've never had to you've never prepared for, because it's so outside of your realm of the realm of your life. that you have no idea how to really act or treat. Like you could kind of look at it as how child actors who are suddenly insanely famous but have no the parenting or how to act or how to be, and they're suddenly thrown into this area where people, first of all, like people throw themselves at you, boys, like guys and girls, and you have no idea how to behave or treat people. And then so, a lot of times you might think that's like, well, I can do whatever I want because I'm famous. Everyone knows who I am, like I can get away with whatever. Or you read things wrong and you assume things that are wrong because you have no prior experience to it. It's like you go from being a nobody shut in who lives in your mom's basement to being, you go to BlizzCon and you're a fucking rock star, right? Like that legitimately happens to a lot of people, and you have no idea how to handle that as a person, because it's just so much, such a new world for you, right? Yeah, that's just what happens to a lot of people. I do think Rich is a different story, because Rich is, I think, I don't know, like again, he just had more money than sense, and he just thought the world of himself, you know, like typical, I don't know what I'll say, but like he just thinks it's bigger than like everything he can do, whatever he wants or whatever. And then like, I don't know, he builds his relationships and the people who around him are yes men or whatever, and then you might not necessarily even think that you are in the wrong for doing stuff, because that's just how your worldview has been for so long, right? My favorite healer in a long time was Josh, until the stuff he did come out. Like there's like that's a complicated thing about Twitch as well, because Twitch allows you to be an entertainer, right? Twitch is supposed to be entertaining, but at the end of the day, whoever makes money off of Twitch and gets viewers on Twitch is someone who is entertaining, right? One way or another. However, there's a lot of ways you can be entertaining, and being constantly a jerk or an idiot or stuff like that can be entertaining for a lot of people. There's people who watch reality shows, for example, and WoW or Twitch in a large way is a reality show. Like, and then if people are being an idiot on purpose or not on purpose, doesn't really matter, because it's entertaining, can be entertaining nonetheless. Asmongold is a good example of that as well. Like, just a idiot that, like, just, I don't know, went too far. Like, I don't know, just like surrounded by yes man constantly as well. People who wants to just, I don't know, be the streamer's favorite like person or whatever, right? I didn't throw myself at you, don't lie. So I don't know, like Josh was also like, he was just a weird ass guy on stream all the time, and it was I don't know, I mean, some people, there were definitely a lot of people who knew that he was doing really shitty things to people in real life. It wasn't just an act, it wasn't all pretend, and he was just a shitty person, but people still watched him, right? Because, oh my god, and a lot of people just might have just been thinking like, oh, it's just for the views, like, you know, it's just for the lols, it's just for the memes. And it's like, yeah, but it's one thing if you do that with staged videos or staged what's it called, staged interactions with other streamers or whatever. That's one thing, and that's fine. Obviously gonna feel fake, but if you do that to real people, real other streamers or whatnot, then it's not fake, and you're just an asshole, you're just an idiot, and you're just doing it for the lulz of for your own exposure, and then you are you're using other people for your own stream, right? Who might not necessarily be in on it. I got one steak. Feels like so long when this was called Justin TV. Yeah, it was always a headache for me when I think when it was like Justin TV, because like, oh, it's Twitch. Yeah, but it's Justin TV. Do you go to Justin TV or Twitch? Like at the start, like there was a lot of confusion. Sure, stakes are running low. No high stakes for sure. But bad people can definitely be good gamers. There's no doubt. No doubt about that, and we have plenty of evidence of that in the WoW scene, especially. I remember used to watch you. Wait. I remember I used to watch you back in OG MoP playing Sonic Racing Gaming Guild days. Don't remember the name of the British guy. DK guy. British DK guy? Wait, we just went through a lot of the names. I don't remember a British DK guy. Oh, no. Oh, John? Oh, fuck. He was Johnny? Fuck yeah, he was hilarious. Oh, fuck. What was his name? John? I think so. Yeah, he was always a punchline. He was a good guy. It was really fun to play with. For sure. Vikina was in on a lot of that stuff as well. And I think one of the things that made me really annoyed was when because one of the guys that we did that a lot with was Fragnance as well, and he was always part of the Sonic racing game things or whatever, and that made a lot of fun. But at some point he just turned against me, and it's like, oh, okay. Do you see your kids watching Twitch streamers in the future? They're definitely gonna do that. Like, I think I would rather have them watch that than TikTok shit. But I think it's unavoidable. Like, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, my kids are never gonna be allowed to watch Twitch. Yeah, of course they're gonna do that at some point. But I think me and like Ali, we have a very healthy relationship to gaming, and like we talk a lot about how we want to like raise our kids with gaming and the online world, and because we are very familiar in it, so we talk a lot about it. So I think it's very important. I think a lot of parents might not do that because they don't know the online world, they don't know the gaming world. So they stick a tablet in their kid's face because the kids love it, and then they don't think about what's happening and what's going on because they don't know the world, so they don't know better, right? I'm not saying we know everything or whatever, but we do know a lot about that world, both of us being gamers and stuff. So yeah. Nora watches our friend Amy Rosia already. Yeah, we have some, obviously, being a streamer or whatever, I know a lot of other streamers and have some friends that whatever, so they've like Nora's definitely watched some streams. So like, who is that? It's like, do you know that person? It helps that we've met Amy in real life as well, and stuff. So she knows it's not just for her, it's not just a stranger on the internet. Soon you will be a silver fox. What is the definition of a silver fox? Just having gray hair? Because I think my hair is pretty fucking gray. I've been following since... Wait, did you... Oh, since OG MoP as well. And remember doing some Pug US server raids with Kleiper. Kleiper. I love Kleiper, man. Such a good dude. Midwinter... I did a lot of Midwinter stuff, and I really enjoyed that. That was always a lot of fun. Oh, shit, that was the last thing I needed. The Midwinter guys were amazing. They were all really good guys, and they were all very, I would say, inviting to the streaming culture as well, compared to Method. I feel like Method, and that's one of the reasons why I distance myself a lot from Method, that when it came down to Warlords of Draenor, I had no friends in Method. There was nobody who was willing to back me up or help me out, because I had no friends in Method anymore. Because when I was playing, especially when I was streaming, I wasn't streaming stuff with Method. I was streaming stuff with me, right? Outside of the raids, right? But like when the raids ended, like I was never really doing stuff with Method in the end, because I wanted to do it my thing. I wanted to do it. I wanted to try to turn it into being from being the method stream to being the Treckie stream, right? And by doing that, like, or by isolating myself, I ended up having no real friends there. But and like we talked before, there was a lot of pushback from streamers, but not everyone, and there was obviously like very like, I don't know, it's sporadic. Some people liked streaming and then they didn't, some people didn't like streaming and then they liked some people who were streaming anyway, and it's like, I don't know. How was it tanking with Sko? Sko was always a good player, and I think that was also one of the reasons the first split happened, because Sko was very focused on real world shit, which makes a lot of sense. He had obviously finished studying and was working, and there was, unfairly as well, there was a lot of negativity towards Sko because he was so busy working, he didn't have time to play the game. So obviously the issue with Sko in the later tiers or whatever that I was there was that he wasn't prepared at all. He wasn't prepared. He didn't really know what to do, but he knew how to play, and he knew how to play well, right? So he was definitely like up there, right? He was definitely like, I'm not saying he didn't earn in spot or like wasn't supposed to be there or whatever, but he obviously had a lot of other stuff that he had to do. So compared to a lot of others, myself included, no-lifers who were just playing the game 24/7, he wasn't as invested in it. But then obviously he was the raid leader, and not the raid leader, the guild master, right? So he was obviously untouchable, right? And the only thing they could do anything about Sko was by leaving the guild. That's why it was a big part about the Serenity split happened as well. But Sko was a good tank, like no doubt, and I think the last 3 tiers or whatever, he was unable to really attend PTR. He seemed uninterested as well, which probably was more that he was obviously busy working and stuff, and he couldn't do stuff. He didn't have the time or energy to do stuff that wasn't necessary, right, or mandatory. So a lot of the last tiers, it was basically me telling him what to do, like this, do this and do that or whatever. And because I'd obviously been on PTR and I've done it on multiple characters, and I knew warriors, and I had to some extent, I had to be very invested on how to play warriors so that I could like quickly tell him how to do in like specific situations and scenarios and whatnot. And he always like followed through very well and like learned very fast or whatever, right? So, but there was this like he obviously didn't like do that research himself, so, because he didn't have the time for it. But so we talked a lot about like what to do and how to do encounters and like tank responsibility and stuff, and it was easy to get along with for sure. I always tend to get bored of mythic raiding after working a lot. I mean, it makes a big difference, obviously. Like after working like full day, then you don't have the time or energy to really spend and do things that, like PTR testing, for example, which at the time didn't really always feel very necessary, because like, oh, we're gonna pull an unkillable boss and waste a bunch of time or whatever on that. But the optics from the players was just more of a, oh, this guy is uninterested in the game, right? And I think in the end as well, that became some of the criticism towards me as well, because I was more interested in growing my stream than raiding. And I think one of the most pivotal parts, and why there ended up being so much of a repercussion after Warlords of Draenor, was that Warlords of Draenor released in the middle of November, and we had 3 weeks to prepare our characters. There were some money incentives on making sure that you had more than like 3 characters, I think. I think if you had 5 prepared, you get even more money or whatever. But I think you only required to have 2 actually. But then obviously, so what ended up happening was that me and Sko, the 2 main tanks, both had the absolute minimal required characters available and ready for the raid. Optically, that's not a good look, right? But that was because one of the weeks there was one of the prep weeks. There was DreamHack. I would rather go to DreamHack and hang out with like other streamers and friends than prepare more characters. So I did that. So I was gone for 1 full week, and then the other week Sko was gone for, I don't remember. I don't remember if it was work or travel. Was it BlizzCon maybe even? Because I was also start. Maybe he was gone for BlizzCon, and then the week after I was gone for DreamHack. It was just one of those things where I was gone 1 week and he was gone the other week. So like, people were obviously gearing up their characters and had to like spam farm dungeons and raids, so dungeons to gear up to have pre-biz gear, and none of the tanks were available. Optically, that is very bad. I was remember watching back in MoP tabbing back and forth between yours and Docsauce's stream. Yeah, I do miss Docsauce. I don't know if he still streams actually, but he doesn't stream WoW, I'm pretty sure. But he had a great voice. Has a great voice, I guess. He was always entertaining, but he knew kind of show business and stuff as well, so he knew how to make things entertaining, for sure. He was definitely, I think at the time he was probably one of the more entertainer focused streamers, I guess you could say. Dragon's Go tanking has always been a favorite, together with Dex from Envy. He was a wild guardian tank. I never played with Dex. But I think tanking with Sloot was probably my favorite, though, to be fair. We had obviously been friends for a long time before we ended up playing together in future, but yeah, I don't know. Just I mean, kind of like Sko in that sense. I was just easy to talk to and easy to like throw ideas back and forth. I think that's obviously a very important part when you have two tanks that can communicate with each other, right? All right, so I'm trying to see if I can do some quests as well, and what I'm supposed to do while talking. I am like, I have the slowest leveling speed in the world right now, I think. Divine Field's also a cool tank, but now he's from another world with tanking. Divine Field's a great guy, yeah. I really like Divine Field. Met him at one of the MDIs, I think. He's just an all-around cool guy, I think. Really fun, really easy to talk to as well. Would love to play with him as well. But yeah, it's all hard as a tank. You can't really play with a lot of other tanks, because like when it comes to Mythic Plus or whatever, like, I mean, you can't play with the 2 tanks, you know. Never got to play with Now, actually. I think he might have DPS sometime in future, but I'm not sure if we were there at the same time. There was what tier was it? I think it was Mechagon tier. Where I was supposed to join future because Now was gonna go elsewhere, but then he ended up coming back. Then he ended up staying in future anyway. So they didn't have a tank spot for me. That was a lot earlier. I think it might have been when I was playing. It might have been before as well. I think it was actually Antorus or something. And I was playing with Prime, because I hated raiding in Prime. And I was really sad that they that he wanted to come back, really, because that mean I couldn't join. Does Field still play well? I'm pretty sure he still competes in the MDI every season, yeah. Pretty funny about the Josh drama. All Method boys left to join Echo, and now most of them are in Method again. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. It's, it was a weird thing, I think, as well, because... Obviously, it was... Effectively, it was very similar to the first split when the Serenity split. A lot more impactful because this time even all the officers left. But it felt more like an opportunity for the people for Echo to jump ship. Because the silly thing is obviously everyone jumped ship and be like, oh my god, I can't believe Method could have done this, right? And then obviously they were all like kind of like well versed in what happened and everything. So like, and they all knew he was a shitty guy, like no doubt. Did they all know the extent? No, of course not. Did some people know more than they said? No, most likely. But it was like they were hoping it was gonna fly under the radar for as long as possible. What do I need to find? A great white plains hawk. Is that one of the hawks? I guess, yeah. The theming plains hawk. It was just kind of silly for everyone to just jump ship so fast. But like the thing is, and same with the Serenity thing, it was like if some people leave, the others are going to follow because they're gonna go with what's best for them. Do I stay here where the optics are bad and right now everyone hates this guild? Oh, that's not the one. Oh, there's one. Or do I go where most of my friends are, who have where people have a documented and like very real oh, should I do this? Where there are very experienced Race the World First players, right? Or do I stay with a guild that I don't really know if they have loyalty for, right? So I understand why most people did that after the first few, but why are so many Echo players going back to Method? I think I don't know, maybe they're paying better, or it might just be a case that it might also be less they think it's a good amount of exposure still or whatnot, and it's not as pressured of an environment as the Race the World First at Echo is. Because Method's like not really... They're not really that close to getting world firsts. And maybe this tier, I don't know. But in the past, it's like they've been quite far behind still, even though they've been close, but it's a very... I don't think at any point that past 3 raids, Method has ever been in a point where we have to come up with a strategy because there is no guild that has shown us what to do by streaming it. I don't think that's been the case. Wasn't really drama. Now came back to Method so he could play with his friends in Celia. Yeah, but now left the race, like they the Race the World First, as in he wasn't gonna play for Echo or Liquid, like in the future anyway, right? So he was like, oh well, like it's too much or much maintenance or whatever, so it's more chill to not do Race the World First, and then I guess Method then end up wanting to pay him anyway for. I guess there is a part of like I'm sure they do some kind of payment as well for streamers and whatnot. I think it was Scribe did comment on Celia or something. I just want to see Ryzen and Azalea stream since they're wild healers. Scribe couldn't risk another Josh incident, so I get it with Azalea. As far as I know, it's cleared, and that's why Sko welcomed him back. So now and some others went to rejoin him. I don't know if Azalea has been cleared, and like Blizzard obviously straight up banned him from competing in events as well, because because of the abuse or whatever. But Race to World First is not a Blizzard sponsored event, so he can partake in that because Blizzard does not pay for that. But he cannot participate in MDI because because of like the IRL stuff. So yeah, and obviously all of his friends are gonna who he's buddy with are gonna be like, oh my god, he did nothing wrong or whatever. And there's definitely some like, I don't know, shady stuff back and forth, but it's still pretty clear cut. I mean, I do agree that Scribe didn't want to, like, Scribe or Echo as an organization does not want to be in the same boat as Method was with Josh. So they wanted to distance themselves from, they needed to distance themselves from someone who's had 3 independent accusations, right? And then Method was like, I think Sko did the clip where he's like, oh, but he is going to therapy, he's trying to change his ways, so we're gonna take him back. We believe in second chances, and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, anyone can say that anyone can say they're going to therapy or whatnot, and then just to try to like better themselves. Like, no, I think the complicated thing is that people don't really know, and whatever you say is, or however you can word your story is what people eat up. Right. So yeah, what do I need to do? Talk to Chenstorm now. Where the fuck is he then? I think it was really annoying with the Azalea stuff as well, because like when the like that obviously this completely disregarding the incident that happened like 4 years ago. As if that was not a thing. People obviously don't have that long memory online. But then the first accusation that comes out, everyone is like, oh my god, anti-Azalea. Azalea responds once, and everyone's like, oh my god, this is worded so well. This is such a nice reason. It's like everyone's on like the Azalea love train or whatever you want to call it, right? And so it's like, yeah, but nothing actually changed. Like, and he confirmed some things as well there. I was like, what? If anything, he just confirms it with a very toxic relationship both ways, right? That doesn't give him any excuse. I understand Scribe's position and why they had to do that. I mean, Echo was created straight from something like this. Yeah, and also, like I said, Blizzard obviously takes that kind of stuff very serious as well, and banned him from competing in any Blizzard-sponsored events. And I find it very hard that an organization would like to keep him around, no matter if it's true or not, just because of Blizzard not wanting to like just because you don't really want to piss off Blizzard either. Jarius Goes X lost her mind after she found out so many joined Method. Rejoined, you mean? I mean the fact that they took him in or whatever, I think is really bad optics for Method. But like, I think people are just gonna forget about it and just be like, oh my god, Azalea's back and he's oh, it's such a good player, but like, oh, so blah blah blah, completely forget everything. Completely forget everything what happened. Like, the memory is very short. Same with like any like, there's so many big YouTubers and stuff as well that have like, they have serious accusations on against them, and things happen, and then they lay low for they either lay low for 6 months and then come back and people are like, oh my god, you're back, and then completely forgot about it. Or the streamer, the YouTuber, whatever, they double down and dig themselves into like a right-wing fucking hole, and they just capitalize on that success. Why is he not here? Escort. Okay, maybe I need to escort them. He can still do Race the World First. This is a community thing. It's not a Blizzard sponsored event. Yeah, but what I'm saying is he's still associated with a team that wants to be on Blizzard's good side, right? And they have MDI teams. They have, well, I'm not sure if they do right now, but like they might have MDI teams. They might have like a lot of other events and things that they want to work together with Blizzard. Imagine if they do a live raid at BlizzCon. They would basically have to do that without Celia. So he would just not be able to be in the raid. Or they do the shitty thing where he plays another person's character, so he still kind of plays, but he plays another person's character. That's not banned. I know it's like a count ban. As long as Blizzard never finds out, then yeah, I mean, he could do that, I guess. But Blizzard would be pissed if they found out, for sure. Unless Blizzard comes to their own, like, maybe, I don't know if I haven't heard an update about it, but maybe Blizzard also would do their own independent investigation and clear his name or whatever. But yeah, it's just sad when things like that doesn't end a person's career. The funny thing with Zelia as well was that obviously there were so many people defending him. It's like, oh, why should this end this person's career? He shouldn't suffer. His career shouldn't suffer. His income shouldn't suffer for doing such a thing. It's like, shouldn't it? Like, should there not be repercussions for people being shitty people? Like, I know the issue with that thing in particular is obviously that it's very much a, well, he said she said thing, and it's impossible to prove in court or whatever. And it's like, yeah. So, but shouldn't people like look at it strangely? He would appeal here around New Year for MDI again. I'm sure he would try to appeal it, and they might do a similar investigation or not. Like, he can obviously appeal it. Like, I don't know. I guess there's some kind of rule on how much you can appeal it. But obviously, his whole career is based around streaming and doing that stuff. So of course he would need to do that, or at least say he needs to, say he will. But he could also say he tried to appeal it, and then say, oh, Blizzard is such jerks for not, like, for sticking up to the, or like for ignoring my appeal, blah blah blah, and then just never do it because he knows he's gonna lose, right? I'm not saying that's the case, but he could, and then people are just not gonna know if he's telling the truth or not, right? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just a sad stage where, like, it happens in all kinds of games, all games and all sports or whatever. Like, if you're really fucking good at the game or whatever, then that can excuse for a lot. It shouldn't, but in the views of the people, it does. So no wonder that people who go from being nobodies to being world famous, or like famous within certain circles, thinks that they can act and do whatever they want because others do it. How old are you? I am 68, as you can see on my hair. I turned 35, I think, this year, or 36, I think. Yeah, 36. Some people just get gray hair when they're young, you know. That happens. I'm glad I'm just in a normal mythic guild where everyone has a day job. Yep. It looks amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. It looks better now that it's very a bit more uniformly gray. I think. I don't know. It's starting to get long now, though. But I am never gonna reach fucking level 9 this way. Like Mr. Universe from Fantastic Four. Wait, who is Mr. Universe? Do you don't mean Miss Fantastic? Mr. Universe. Fantastic Four. I think you mean Mr. Fantastic. But he has like grates on the sides, not the top or whatever. You look amazing. Maybe with some less weight, you would be stunning. Well, metabolism hits you when you're 30. Ah, not Silver Surfer, man. He has no hair. Nice. Do you still talk with Sloot? No, not really, and not for any particular reason other than we're just very different in our life size. I think. So obviously very busy streaming. Like he obviously streams 24/7, not 24/7, but like that's obviously his livelihood. And I have I live on the other side of the planet, and I have 2 kids. So we're just in vastly different stages of our lives. But love the guy. Would love to visit. I guess he's technically said that I have a standing invite to come to his house or whatever, but I don't know when I would have time to leave the kids with Ali for a week or 2 and just spend money on flying out there. But you know, it's a very attractive thought, no doubt. We need Treckie in front of his fridge again. Well, as I grew up, my fridge also grew up. So it's bigger now. Yeah, you don't leave them, you take them. It's good one. That is a good one. We just go to Canada for a small vacation. We could do that. And then Nora's gonna ask who this bald guy is. You still love Pogan funds? Oh, you mean like the Gifla? Was that a big thing back in the day? That I like that? I do. Yeah, oh, the ones with vanilla? Yeah, I love those. Yeah. Say it's a Silver Surfer. Oh, you mean Sloot? Because he's bald, yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, no, I do still love Pogan Puns for sure. I think it's the best Pogan Puns. It's the best Pogan gift love. Wait, is my stream still online? Oh yeah, my Twitch is just forked. I'm not setting any world records or leveling, but at least I am entertained by chat. And hopefully you guys are entertained too. I'd love to queue up for dungeons if there was more of a pool than 2. I like what they did. I don't know which expansion that was. I think they might have done that for Dragonflight and stuff though. Where like half the dungeons were available as a start at a start. Oh, there's a whole cave here. Jesus. I think it's really annoying that there's like 2 dungeons available right now at the start. It's always cool to ask about the old school WoW stuff. Because my guild always just copied your tactics so he could kill bosses. Yeah, there's a lot of untold stories in the Race the World First for sure. And as I mentioned before, I do wish that there was more, that we somehow kept a better record of that stuff. Like, I know that there was already a lot of resistance to it back when I was playing in Method, I guess, but I would have loved to have done like stream highlights or like progression highlights after the tier was over, and like these were the fun moments that nobody got to see. But to some extent, I think a lot of people, or some people, definitely wanted that to be just a us thing. I guess they weren't interested in sharing that part with the rest of the world. But I do think in today's day and age, where the Race of World First is still a very big thing and such a public thing these days, that that's something that we've lost to time, because it was so hidden back then. School has become old school. Everyone's old, man. Like I said, when we were playing in Method, like everyone was 20 to 25 when I was playing in Mr. Pandaria. That's 13 years ago, so everyone's like 35 plus these days. Did I not get a single one of these? Do I need to do something? Vermin tricked with orange. Is it? Oh, okay, it's these. Or? Yeah. Did I trick any? I'm not getting any credit for anything. He made a good video about Serenity videos. Go give some insight like you also did. I actually, when I saw that one, I was like, and I saw other people were commenting and like reacting to it. I was super interested in actually like reacting to it as well. And like giving my point of view of that. I know, but it was like, obviously, that was like 2 full years before Serenity Split, so I'm guessing a lot of people would be like, well, you weren't even part of the guild back then, or you weren't really part of the guild then, and you weren't really part of this drama or whatever, but I think a lot of it stems from stuff that started when I was part of it, so I do think that a lot of it is, there's a lot of comment I could give as well. But not the exacts of the time, obviously. You need to stay in range for like 5 seconds. Yeah, it did work on some afterwards, but I don't know why it didn't work on the first few. I guess people doing it up here. I'm guessing that one's tagged by that guy. Ah, fuck me. I'm trying. Oh, I got credit for those. And then there's something else here. Yanya the Clawblade. Be down here as well? There was someone else here. But I think I killed that one, the Chofa guy. Twitch Shield, Warren Mother. It's always terrible to hear about the people you looked up to were just terrible people. Yeah. That's the case everywhere. Don't meet your heroes. The chances of being disappointed are very high. Nice. I got a few quests to turn in. But thank you for lots of good videos of tanking when I was tanking myself. Yeah, I wish I did more. I wish I did more videos and stuff from when it was relevant. I think that would have really helped my stream and like my online career out. Now I just stream for the fun, fuck of it, like for the fun. Just I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't have a lot of people to just like hang out with right now. But I'm not doing it for any real like requirement or now I need to go down, or I have any specific goals with it. Just, you know, the kids are asleep, or so I can stream while playing. It's great. Hey, Shooty! Long time ago. Been a minute. It has indeed. Where was this guy? No, he was here. Long time no see indeed. Hope you are doing well too. Yeah, I know. It's hard when you're streaming that much. Oh, was it? Oh, I need to steal these as well. Hard to keep in touch. I'm a healer now with a life. Well, that's a lie. Healers don't have lives. They just obey. Preach says Preach said the healers were the lifeline. In world first raiding guilds, that might be true. Or that is true. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say lifeline, but like they're very hard to come by, for sure. Oh, I guess he leaves after a while. Or does he not? Reduce damage taken by 75%. Oh, that's not good. I just popped my Venue Wrath. Can I stop this? Oh, Chen comes in. This way, I guess. Does Sonny still play WoW? He's also creating a good shaman healer, as I recall. I don't know if he still plays. I don't think so. I think I also have him on Real ID. I don't know if I still do. I guess. But that's why I might have lost track of some people. But I see him active on Twitter sometimes. So I think he works for some blockchain company. Or game developer that uses blockchain, something like that. Oops. Do I just outrun this? Ah, okay. Hey, free XP, man. Will Joe be starting soon? I hesitate to really be specific about that, honestly. I don't know. I don't know. Not like it's super secret or super special or whatever, but I don't know how my employer would like, they obviously know that I have a streaming the past streaming career and stuff, so but since I haven't started, I haven't like talked to them about what a bunch of things around that, like how that works and stuff. So I would like to do that first, kind of thing. All right, so let's bring Lily here. Can I do that from down here? Oh, yes. Even though I fell down. Can. Let's do a dungeon. I'm bored of questing right now. Jesus, that was fast. 15-second queue timers? That is atrocious. That should be less than 3 seconds. Which I guess the first pop-up was, but... Krassang Wilds. I don't know which where the last one is. Do these give points? I guess they do. Oops. Picking shit up here, I mean, this was such a bad experience compared to like monks that just had rushing jade wind that just hit everything, and then keg smash. I used to always joke that like shield righteous is a great threat. It deals a lot of damage. Keg smash is just Avengers shield, but it hits every single target instead of 3. And then it always crits, and then it always hits everything twice. Like, Keg smash was so insane in terms of like the damage output it did and like threat. And then also on top of that they had Russian Jade Wind. I guess if we would have had Consecrate that moved with us, I think there was a time when we had a glyph for that, but it wasn't Mr. Pandaria. I don't know, that would have been a lot better for picking shit up. But I mean, they did have to channel theirs. We just press ours once. Yeah, monks were OP. I think everyone who's playing super serious are playing monks because they are like the best for mythic classes. Or challenge modes, I guess. I guess compared to the other classic versions, Mists of Pandaria will have challenge modes that have I guess it will have leaderboards here too, just as it had on when it was retail. You had leaderboards of like who could do everything fastest and stuff, all the dungeons, and you had people participating and really pushing those timers down. So I'm guessing, I don't know how Blizzard Sanction is gonna be, if they are gonna have it part of their website or whatever. One thing I think Blizzard should make blood spec dual with like DK tanks could in Wrath. I remember they could do that in Wrath. I mean, I guess it was always kind of cool that you had that as an option. Oh shit, I just pressed Shield Righteous as if it would AoE hit everything in front of me. It didn't. Yeah, it was always cool. I loved dual wielding as a DK tank in Wrath as well. But I don't know if I see much benefit in it more than being cool. Yeah, the funny thing was like in Wrath, all specs were tanks, all DKs were tanks. You could be Blood DK tank, you could be Frost DK tank, you could be Unholy DK tank, although Unholy had very... I don't think you really were Unholy, right? But you could be. But I think what was it? Frost had like the best mitigation, while Blood had the best cooldowns, right? So if you were fully Blood spec or fully Frost spec, I don't know which one was the best one, but I just remember Wrath. I was obviously playing in a much lower tier guild at the time, but we had one guy respec DK, and he obviously ended up just doing all the difficult jobs, because DKs had like 8 cooldowns, like 8 defensive cooldowns. Back then there was no active mitigation, so you had to use cooldowns to survive abilities that you wouldn't otherwise survive, right? Paladins had like 1 or 2, like, and then DKs had like 6. Like, it was just unrivaled. It was insane. Needed DK to survive SAR 3D. Yep. Because they had the cooldowns. They could survive it because they had the cooldowns. They had good passives as well, right? But they always had a cooldown available. AMS being a huge one as well, right? But they always had something to... you needed to have something for every single breath. And DKs just had that. The other tanks just couldn't do that because they didn't have cooldowns for everything. They also had like really good like passives and shit. And the self heal I think was less important. But yeah, we just like other tanks just needed other people to help out with cooldown coverage, and DKs could just do it alone with a proper rotation. And the other tanks, it's not like the other tanks were unskilled, they just didn't have the toolkit to deal with it. It's sad how they ruined the fun of Paladin tanks in the War Within. It feels so sweet. I don't know, I don't agree. I think Paladins feels a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play. I think I don't even know if it's an issue, but I feel if one thing is that the Paladins now, we just have 100% uptime on shield righteous, which I think is fine, because that's that seems to be the general for all tanks, that it's not much active mitigation anymore. It's just do your rotation and it's up mitigation than active. Well, am I supposed to jump? Yeah. Which defeats the point of active mitigation, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. They feel really fun. I think the best thing with Paladins right now is Avenging Wrath. It makes you feel really strong, and you have it on a really short cooldown, which just feels good. And when you're pressing your buttons properly, the cooldown of Avenging Wrath goes down, so you get really short cooldown. You like that feels very satisfying. I like it. When I'm healing Paladin Mythic Plus, I go from 100 to 0 so fast. Holy Shield, where are you? Holy Shield isn't even doing anything. It's Shield Righteous, I'm guessing. But you have 100% uptime on Shield Righteous without any issues whatsoever. But if your tank does not have Shield Righteous up, he is doing something very wrong. And Holy Shield doesn't really do anything. It just gives it a little bit more block and gives us the ability to block a few more spells, right? So silence all the time. Uptime is 100%, yeah. Yeah. For sure. No issues whatsoever. I mean, worst case scenario, the very first hit or two, especially in Mythic Plus, sometimes when you are starting a pull, you might not have shield radius up. If you didn't plan it properly. But otherwise, you should have 100% uptime. No question about it. Yeah. What? Oh shit! Jump! Oh, I forget to jump. God. Guess I might just kill this through the heel. Pass. That's a change of pace for sure. I don't get the word of glory, so if the paladin heals a friendly, he gets block, or is it also when he heals himself? Also when he heals himself, yeah. That's a specific talent that gives you 35% more block. I think it's 35. Maybe 30. Is it not 2? I don't know. But it gives you a bunch of block, and you need whenever you use Word of Glory to heal yourself or another player, you effectively should be getting about 100% chance to block. So you will not take any unblocked hits. That is at least the idea with it. Now, so before any big hit, you know, the boss is doing a tank buster or a nuke, then you should always make sure that is up before, so that the hit isn't gonna be massive, and at least isn't gonna one-shot you. But that means obviously you have more than enough holy power to do that, but it does mean that you have to there is a little bit of planning needed to do that. Otherwise, you just heal up the hit right after, which can be fine as well. But I mean, wasting your heal so that your health goes from 100% to 60% is better than taking a hit for 80% of your HP and then healing yourself back up to, I don't know, even 100%. Like, because even if you're effectively leaving yourself at a lower HP, you reduce the risk of insta dying to 100, like from to 100%. No, from 100%, yeah, to 0% at least. You're not gonna die instantly from a big nuke if you do that before. But yeah, you have a fuck ton of holy power. I don't see how you can really run out and not have 100% SOTR uptime. Then I guess you're wasting it all on Word of Glory, which you really shouldn't do. You shouldn't use Word of Glory more than needed, really. You can use a fair amount and still have enough holy power. So sometimes just feel my tank friend get clapped by huge pulls. When he's on Demon Hunter, of course, he has more heal, self-heal. Demon Hunters on pulls as well has 23 million HP. A Paladin has, what, 15? So, yeah, Demon Hunter is just going to be easier to heal, because they just have so much more of a buffer than HP, even if they would take more damage. They also do more self-healing, but yeah. Choo choo. Been AFK. I hear Ali's AFK, so I figured you'd come in here because you're bored. But I guess you've been AFK too. Alright, I'm done picking stuff up here. I've been chatting to a work colleague who's been off sick. Oh. Wait, who is Ali talking to? I think Ali is cheating on you. She's talking to herself. Okay, well that's normal. She often wakes up in the middle of the night and starts talking ramblings that nobody knows about. So I guess she is used to it. She didn't hear that. In a second. I do actually need these, so. Thanks for the talk. I gotta go. Take care. Take care. Ho 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 ho, Chris. Curse? Cheers. More tea, please. It was a much more common thing a while ago, where Ali would wake up in the middle of the night and like complain about a spider or something in the ceiling. And I'm like, no, shut up, just go back to sleep. No, there's a spider. It's like, no, there's no spider. You got old? I think in the past 13 years, you'll find that you aged just as much as I did. I guess some people age more gracefully than others, and yeah, you know. And then some people just grow up and become vile people. You know, that happens too. Yeah, come in, baby. Hopefully, a 4-hour stream might make me ding one level. I've only been streaming for 3 hours, so. Hey. But yeah, fuck me, this is slow. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with leveling. Honestly, why it is so fucking slow. I guess the main issue I'm not playing 24/7. I mean, every level is supposed to be really slow because there's only 5 levels, right? And I have only played the expansion for 4 or 5 hours? 5 hours maybe? Spring of Dreamleaf. So maybe it's not that bad. I have spent like an hour or something in today's stream not doing anything, just talking. So there is that. But man, it feels slow. But I guess also that tends to happen when you don't see someone for 10 years. And then suddenly it's like, oh shit, that person aged up because, yeah, I don't know. They're not fucking Tom Cruise. Or some other actors that don't seem to age. Keanu Reeves, I guess, is one of them too. I don't have a vendor mount. Brad Pitt. These guys are vampires. I'll let you in on the secret. They're not vampires. They're just fucking rich. And have appearances to keep up. So a lot of them look a lot younger than they are. Actually, even on the outside. Because they have money. I wish there was a vendor here. Have I gotten anything useful? I haven't looked at the. I haven't barely done any quests. Oh shit! I've gotten a 399 helm. 359. Oh, I got a better one there. And then 399 ring. Dodge parry. Didn't one have hit or something? Haste mastery. And ooh, a 399 turnip. Crit, and you have a chance to gain mastery. Sure. What is the watermelon? Stamina. Okay. You damage. Wait, what? A stamina trinket that gives crit chance? Huh. Oh, it also has like a root effect. Jesus. A fear effect. One with a fear and one with a root. That's cool. Although I don't think the stamina is that useful for me, so I'd rather have that. And also would probably have this one with crit. A lot of mastery though. These are somehow, I need something to press. Fuck, someone's ninja that one. Yeah, it's amazing what money will give you in terms of youth rejuvenation, especially for men. I think it's hard. It's because of the beauty standards. It's a lot harder for women to age gracefully. Happens, but I think it's a lot harder. That's because like this is society's worst view of like how a woman looks is like very fucked up and very far from reality. You. Oh my god. It's a lot of kill random mobs quests. Can I not kill these with like consecrate or something? That would be so much faster. Did he tag those? Avenged Shield only being 3 targets is definitely something to get used to. Again. Leather. There was just these. Yeah, nice. Kill, 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 kill. Two more and then oh, I got those already. Can see this one for the wings. Jesus. Alright, let's go creep up. Alright, so a dungeon will give me about 400-500k. I think just spamming dungeons is honestly the best. Like, I'm so slow with questing. What happened to my quest bar now? What the fuck? My XP bar? Just crapped out on itself. A dungeon gives about 1 million or 7%. I mean, a quest is pretty effective as well. I guess I'm just very slow. Oh Jesus, this guy went ham on that. Okay, well, he's pretty geared, I guess. Blade Storm as well. Does this give me vengeance? Oh, it does give me vengeance. Oh, let me stand in this. Yeah, but so basically 1 million is what like one quest is like 150k, right? Yeah, one quest is 150k XP, so it's like 10 quests. It's hard to do one quest a minute, so yeah. But the boring thing is just that the that this does not give me vengeance. Doing the same 2 dungeons all over is like insanely boring. It's gonna be more fun when more dungeons are out, but then also they're gonna start taking longer and longer. But I don't know how many times I've done this one, but yeah, it's a lot. I got every single piece like I could possibly get from these dungeons. I already have. I guess there's grains, but yeah, this does give me vengeance, so we stand in this. Oh. Knockback did not give me vengeance. You gotta be careful when you're taking damage though, because if you're taking damage from low damage sources, your vengeance will go down. So what you want to try to do is only take damage from high vengeance sources. So like if you've taken a lot of damage and you're gonna be, there's gonna be a period of time where you're not taking any damage. Or you can stand in the pool to take a little bit of vengeance. If you take a little bit of damage, then it's gonna recalculate down your vengeance. The duration of the buff is gonna go up, as in it's gonna refresh itself. Doing this pull but over the counter there. Oh, I should have done that. Why haven't I done that? That is a good one. 87, you get 2 more. Oh, it's not until 80. I don't even get a new one at 80. Oh no, I am 86. Okay, so 87 I get 2 more. That's good. So next level I do. Did I see you in Växjö some weeks back? You did not know. I was in Sweden like 2 weeks ago. But not in Växjö, no. I gotta fix my casting thing. That's really annoying me. Oh no, it still got it. It looked like people swapped off from it, but I do remember there was some paladin ability that made it keep rocking. I don't think it was Avenger Shield, but it could have been. No, I think it was Blessed Hammer or something. Back when, now obviously Temple of Jade Serpent was obviously recently a Mythic Plus, and when that was a Mythic Plus you had to really like keep an eye on and make sure that you weren't restacking that shit. When was that? That must have been Dragonfly, right? Boats. Oh my god. Quartz, toggle Borlock. Right. That should instantly be better. 20,000. The Consecrate is technically slightly better. Less upfront damage, but it's slightly more damage in total for button press. That is assuming every single hit will always hit the boss. I'm not sure if this gives me vengeance. Think it might actually go do. We have a good warrior here, so I'm gonna pull this with the boss. Gonna make sure everyone gets in. I don't know if we will have to do another phase. It's actually quite nice because I remember the rotation. Every now and then you would get a global cooldown to use your self heal or self shield or whatever. Oof. That does not feel. Did you say 7%? Yeah, like I said, it's also like 10 minutes of work, right? So it is pretty fast, but it does mean you have to do what, 100 divided by 7? Hard math. I can't even do it. I don't even know how to do that in my head right now. It's like 15 times or something. 14.28. 14 dungeons for one level. That is a lot. Bring Lily to the new Kif. Is Lily with me right now? Oh, summon Lily. To new Cyphera? Oh, she is talking, okay. To new Cyphera, is that why it's not proccing? Do you need to interact with something? I don't think so. Maybe you need to go into the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, you need to cross the border of it. Let's not do that quest. Let's go to... This is a half hill, right? Or whatever. So bring Lily to this place. Lily. Oh, well, this is where I need to be. All right, so there's a quest. Ooh, a vendor. Nice. What dailies would you do in 90? Oof, I honestly don't know. I have no idea what you're supposed to do either. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna do a bunch dailies. I know they're pretty important. I don't know what, I don't remember what they give or why they're important. I know there was a lot of dailies and whatnot. 399. Let's toss that. I haven't bound them actually. 359, 390 mail. Oh, those are bind and equip, which means those are also bind and equip, which means I can sell them at auction house, right? Would they sell for more than their vendor price? That I don't know. 200? No. These are the starting gear, 359. Puntable marmot. 359, 399. Oh. Buy it on equip. 364. Your inventory is mad. I just haven't gotten around to actually selling anything since I started this character. Oh, no, never mind. $359, $360, carrot. Oh, food buff. Cloth, another food buff. Another food buff. Bind and equip. Hit crit or hit haste. Definitely hit haste. Quest. Turnip punching bag. Also toy. Oh, that's nice. You got that one already. Cabbage. Sell. Oh, sell. And then another toy. Cool. Yeah. Alright, take Lily here. Come in here. There we go. And now she should be happy. I took her sightseeing. I need to do stuff around here. Mutated silk moths. Hungry silk moths fed. Why can't I click that one? Do I need to loot something? I guess if they're differently phased. These guys are coming on to do something here. Mothellas. Maybe I guess I can tag him. I don't need him right now, but what is that? Mutated. Do you have to shoot them down? No. I didn't get any XP for that. Oh, nice. There's a few here. I do risk losing the one I have to aggro range, but Two. Wild with AoE tanking though, the amount of blocks you get. It's great for your damage. Alright, so I killed all of them. Nice. All I needed. It's weird that Lily thing is not broken though. Did I despawn her? Yeah, I think I did. And now I need to kill the big guy, right? Yeah. Right, I'm hoping I can level before the day is over. But it's looking less likely. Oh, 88k crit. Oh yeah. I get so many Lua errors, man. Hey, Sarvan. Is there a way for you to figure out which one it is? I guess you can turn on Lua errors. General. So you can see what Lua errors are causing instead of you have gotten a Lua error. Display. Raid frames. Accessibility. It's not accessibility. It's not in. Shouldn't be graphics either. Compatibility. No. Compatibility. Audio, languages, network. No. Lua? Show Lua error. Wow. We are 86. Oh, was that what I'm supposed to feed? Okay, I did feel it now. Eat it now. Script errors 1. Let's see if that does anything. Raw silk. There we go. Saved instances. Okay, so just disable that one because I'm not using it. Search didn't work. Let's see. Map chords. They are working, so. Pandaria treasures. I can live with a few Lua errors every now and then. Handy notes. Lily's day off. Lily. The Half Hill Market. I just gotta remember to turn script errors off when things are working. There should be another quest. Broken Dreams. Now from Jen. Would be nice if there were some quests that would actually take you to the same place. Listen to Chen's story. What happened? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I found the barrier, blah blah. I decided to look around. But there's nobody here. Oh, I guess I went the wrong way. Unruly Elemental. Yeah. One more shots. Pew pew pew. Kick, 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 kick. I pursue the strange old brewer. Alright, we won't take this way. I didn't lose any HP. Man. Yeah, let's hope. Let's try to aim for leveling before going to bed. Even though we're far from there. I guess I don't get vengeance as this. That would be cool. There have obviously been broken places where you do get vengeance, and you, even though if you're like in a transform or whatever, or in a vehicle, I guess the most broken one was, or the one that comes to mind was in Paragons of Klaxi. You get like a thing that makes you turns you into a scorpion. And if you're a tank who picks that one up, you can do like insane DPS. Absolutely insane. You aren't able to use your active negation or other abilities, so like stuff like monks and druids I think were really good at it, because druids obviously had a lot of armor and health, and monks just had stagger, which I think still worked. Paladins just couldn't do shield rages, which was made it very risky to do, but obviously once you got over geared, it was like basically mandatory, because you could either do 1 million DPS or like 4 million DPS. Where find Lil? No, Shen's resolution. Why can I not pick that one up? Yeah, so that became like there wasn't anything anyone used for progress or like in War First Race. We didn't use it. It obviously always had DPS to it. Because they also did more damn DPS. Like instead of doing 1 million DPS, they did like 2 million maybe. But tanks, because of Vengeance, could just go absolutely crazy with it. If you could survive, but it was very hard to survive. As a paladin or even as a warrior as well, because you just didn't have access to your active mitigation. Druids, as I said, still had their armor. I guess DKs, but I don't know. Nobody played DK. Were they just shit in Siege of Orgrimmar? I was almost thinking it's like, oh, DKs weren't around back then. It's like, yeah, they were. Do we use DK tanks for anything? Like kiting or gripping? Not that I remember. I guess no, Just Wait tanked on Dark Animus. That was a 3-tank fight. Just Wait tanked Lei Shen as well. I'm wondering if there's anywhere where we had Infe or Razi tank or something. I think we did somewhere, but I don't remember. Now that quest is available. Handy notes is costing me more issues than it's worth, I think, so. Oh, he got big. What is that? Oh, that's the weapon, right? Yeah, I love that weapon. Rocks increases your strength, your size as well. Chance resolution. It says I should go here. So, okay, yeah, so it's a half hill. Yeah, I forget that the last tier was Dragon Soul, I guess. Which means a lot of rogues have legendaries, I guess, coming into this. And we made it to half hill. With another 4 million to go. Is it really 4 million? Yeah, 15 million XP, Jesus. Are there any Storm Stout quests? No, you picked those up the first time, right? Storm Stout Brewery quests here. But they were located inside the dungeon. A cooking award. Oh, they were actually in your... Oh man, these dailies, man. Lib... Bigwigs. Guess she just pull those into the next pack, honestly. Pew pew damage. Oh, I even use cooldowns. That is crazy though. I know we're not net 90, but we're doing about 40k DPS. The end of Siege of Orgrimmar, I guess we'll be doing like millions of DPS. Like we did when that was retail. I don't know if there's a number squish or if they're going with the exact same stuff. The exact same tuning. The mage followed the monkeys out. So the mage did no damage. His water elemental's doing damage. Handy notes. Why is there a hand note inside the raid? Inside the dungeon? At least the dungeon's fast, so. Birdwood. Stand in this. I don't seem to be going up in vengeance, so. I was higher than after he started hitting me, I guess, so maybe. Yeah, so this isn't really increasing my vengeance either. I wonder which challenge mode was my last one. I cannot remember. Which one was the last one for me to complete? I don't think any of them really were hard to do. I think I did all of them in pre-mades. Because I obviously did them before I was even streaming. So we didn't have any outside help, so to say, from that. But I don't remember which one was the hardest one, or even which one we just might have left for last. could probably find that out. Look at my armory. Silenced. Leather. I think Holy Wrath split damage, yeah. The Holy Wrath is single target ability, basically. On pure single target, it does the same as Holy Wrath. Oh my god. Visual of that is awful. Axe. Or handy note stuff. It's disappointing the low amount of vengeance you get. Oh, it was healing. We'll just DPS through it. Yeah, so handy notes. Let's just do. Leave instance group. Right, let's see here. Dungeons and raids? Or would they be Pandaria dungeons? Heroic? No, that maybe it's Panda expansion features. Pandaria scenarios, proving grounds, island expedition, tour gas, skydiving, lore walking, dungeons and raids. Oh, that's where I was. It was obviously like gold. Oh, it's obviously feat of strength, right? Feat of strength, dungeons. Keystone Hero. Oof. Keystone Hero. Shadowlands Master? What? It's not there. The raids? No. Delves events. Dungeons, rotation, mounts, promotions, global. Realm first, follow Lich King. And then it's like heroic cast Fate of Nathria. I was like, ugh. Where would you be able to see that? Professions Legacy? Currencies, dungeons. Ah, there you go. Challenge Warlords. Alright, Scarlet Monastery Gold, Scarlet Halls Gold. Let's see if they are in time. Yeah, okay. So the order I did them in was Scarlet Halls, Scarlet Monastery, same day. Scholomance. And then like a week later, obviously it wasn't far, like I wasn't spamming these or like trying to get these world like record faster thing. And a week later, Jade Serpent, Gate, Brewery, Mogishan, Palace, and then Siege of Niazao. Although I guess I got, okay. So I got Scarlet Halls and Scarlet Monastery the same day. Then the day after we did Scholomance. Week later I did Temple of Jade Serpent. And then like a week later after that, I did Gate, Storm Stout, Mogishan Palace, and Siege at the same day. So I ended up doing 4 of them. Complete every challenge world dungeon. How did I get that the day after? Oh wait, well, that missed me. I did one more. Oh, Shadowpan Monastery the day after. Okay, so Shadowpan Monastery was the last one I got. I don't think that was because it was specifically hard or anything. It was literally just... I think I did it with people that had some of them half done or whatever. So we just ended up doing like them in that order where most people would benefit from them. Where's the last one? Oh, there. The guy I should turn in the quest in is not here. I guess he moved over here. I don't know if I have the patience to level professions in Classic. I'm obviously not really planning on taking it that seriously. I do want to do the challenge modes. Professions, I guess, do give a nice sizable boost. Maybe it's pretty quick and easy to level actually as well, some of them. This is that questy? Like always wrong. Saying there's a quest there when there isn't. And Farmer Yoon managed to clone himself. One is level 90 and one is level 86. I was supposed to be here to be a master. I do have very fond memories of Half Hill. To be fair, I don't know why, but I guess there was a daily zone where you saw that there was like an increase, like it was things happen, I guess. Like there was a progression. In it. Soil till... Oh, I need to plant stuff. Okay. Alright, so hop hunting. They're just tending crops. Half-Hill Market. What quest did I just pick up? Learn and tending crop. I need to get water, I guess. Oh, I have it on my... It's not showing up in the quest log. Questing. Well, that actually gave me 150k XP. That's nice. Oh, easy questing. But now I don't have a quest to do, really. Hey, Sol. Who's that guy? It is a rare Pokemon. Dark Soil. But I can't... There's nothing planted in these. Good, just leveling. Slow as fuck. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night, Sol. I'm gonna ding the last level and then go to bed. Does he have soil in his house? It definitely hasn't tidied here. Oh, and I can't get under because I'm a fat thorn. Ooh, martial lily. Oh, it's a quest item. Isn't there like one of the rare flowers or something that looks like that? Maybe not in this expansion, I guess. Dina? Two gold? Oh, Jesus Christ. Where is that? There we go. Someone's standing on her. So what I need to do here, merchant. Plant red scallops. Where do I get that? Do I buy seeds from anyone? Ah, there we go. Plant red scallion seeds. Well, that's great. I can't buy that. Red blossom. Plant scallion seeds. It's just called scallion. Okay. Scallion seeds. Ripe, and then 5 of them? I think there were only 4 things that I could have planted. Maybe I can replant one. Or maybe I can get 2 in one. Yeah, but I've done these together. The drying out, alright. And covered in insects. They're like a moth repellent. Dented shovel. Oh. Okay, I can't destroy it, I guess. Bug spray. Cool. And do they grow tomorrow or do they grow today? You must wait until the next day to harvest them. So I need to harvest 5 of them. So I need to wait another fucking day. Jesus. Brings back memories. Yes, it does. Half-Hill was I definitely really remember Half-Hill. That was something you did a lot of. So, is there a fast quest? Doesn't hold water. You can just drop those off and then maybe do a dungeon. Mm-mm. 14k. There's like 3 quests here, so maybe I can do those 3, and that would do a lot. Is he gonna fish? My damage was halved because of there was a fucking critter in the way. What is this? Something to talk to? Oh, that's the guy I talked to. That's the guy I have with me. Cracker, I'm supposed to kill him, so. And what else? 7 out of 30. At least it's gathering more than one every time. Oh, this is a big pool. It feels so awkward having Crusader Strike be prioritized. Oh, the guy actually said crap in like a Blizzard game. Oops. Okay, 30 of those. Can turn that in right at his. I need to kill something here. Thundergill. Does my consecrate hit him? Yeah, it does. No, I need Succula as well. Whomever that is. The quest here, Crocodile's tail. But do you pick that up from this guy? Or do you pick it up and have to kill him? Here it might be the other one, and then it's not worth it for me to kill him. Oops, that's not what I was looking for. Succula. Oh. Jesus, I got some procs. Harsh word procs. 30% of my damage, that's okay. Alright, so that one's now completed. Oh my god. Some big turnips. Speak to gardener. And then I need to, I think, I don't know if I'm gonna level here, but I'm not gonna do these quests. I'm just gonna do, turn this in. Pick the quests up though, so, because I think this is good later on. And And the last one is here. No, is that the guy? Farmer's daughter. Is that even here? It's not. Hmm, 10 stacks? Hurts a little bit. No! What? I was obviously gonna lay enhance myself there, but I actually got... No, I quit. What happened to me? Chump dump. I was gonna say, is that my first death of the expansion? I guess it is. I don't know, I took some unpredictable damage there. Not the best. Wow, good to see you. Treckie, you used to watch your streams when you had a fridge behind you. Yep, that was sometimes for sure. Let's see here. I said I shouldn't do this quest, but the quest guy I need to be here is not here. I'd almost forgotten how you played back then, where you end up playing where you try to have coverage for every single melee attack with something. So you had Shield Righteous and then you use a cooldown, and while you were using a cooldown you could let your what's it called, you could that's when you were able to farm up some holy power for Shield Righteous. So you basically used your cooldowns during the downtime, your Shield Righteous downtime, to make sure that every single hit was always covered by one thing or another. Okay, I'm not sure if this is a lot of the mobs. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. I think it is. That was very fast. I took a lot of damage. $77 vermin tooth. I guess I could have just done this right away and then I would have gotten 100 instantly. It's a lot faster MoP, so but Vengeance kind of wonky at the moment. I'm taking Heroics at level 90 now, right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know if it's wonky. It's just I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm not doing, like, Vengeance doesn't get interesting until raids, I think. I mean, challenge modes, yes. I don't know if it's that much. You can game Vengeance that much in heroic dungeons. I mean, maybe you can. Let's see here. So, the farmer's daughter. Oh shit, she's downstairs. Sorry. Okay. There is a downstairs patch. I've been very unprepared for MoP in general, just because I wanted to, like, I don't know, just I haven't wanted to min-max it or zero craft the shit out of it. There's a thing here, but I can't find it. Can't see it. But yeah, leveling is taking a lot longer than expected. But we'll be there soon enough. I'm just playing to enjoy MoP. I'm so busy with the classic anyway. Well, you still managed to get 70 in like a day, right? Is it 2 days ago? I guess it released here, so it's been 24, 48 hours. 48 hours exactly now. And it takes like 12 hours to level maybe, depends on how prepared you were, I guess. The watering can is empty. Bright green spinach. Is this not spinach? Are these the bright green spinach? Okay, giant carrots. I watered 2 of them. Are these not carrots? Cabbages. Are they like lighting up what I need to? Oh my god. Sugar beets? Oh yeah, okay, they do. Okay. We did monkey farm until 89, then I just did a quest and could light to 90. Didn't take long, I'm not leveling out. Oh, okay, okay. Well, then if you do, I guess if you do that as group or whatever, it can go pretty fast. How long did it take to level? Oh, huge melons, fuck. Red leaf lettuce. Sugar beets. Which one are those? Oh, these. Right. The big ones. Five. Bright green spinach. Oh, those are the first ones, I think. Oh, I guess I can click here too. Do I have to click every time? Yeah, I guess I need to move around and click. Sugar beets again. Nice. I guess there's gonna be a lot of people if you go here and you search for pre-made groups. Oh. I'm thinking if you would find a bunch of... Oh yeah, the monkey spam. Would have expected more groups, I guess. But I guess that was more of a yesterday thing. Now everyone who knows about Monkey Farm would have been 90 already. Or is 90 already. 399, it doesn't matter. Can't get... I don't know enough. Half-hill, let's level. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Where the fuck do I turn this into? Let's see one about chef. So I guess I need to make that. It's 790 thing. Hmm. 888. Now, is it 2 more dungeons open up next level, right? Oh. I will level if I do a dungeon. That's 5 minutes. I 10 minutes for the whole dungeon, and I level it. I level it within 5. Wing Naga. No, that's not the quest. Lead Mudbug back to Half Hill. Did I not do that? Did he fuck off? Where did he go? He was like over here, I think. Here. But obviously now he's not here because he did a quest for me. Did I need to talk to him? Oh my god, he could be anywhere now. Hmm. Yeah, where could he be? Oh, that's awkward. Should have a thing. If you ever lose me, I'm here. Can't open the quest log while in combat. I can. I don't know why Questy just won't allow it. I may not be the handsomest Pandaren or the smartest or any fun to be around in the slightest, but I am stronger than Musha and Beast. I mean, he must have followed me? I don't know, man. Thing here. Oh my god. Okay, let's just do a dungeon. I'm gonna pee while we wait for the queue, I guess. Let's queue again. Let's do that again. Oops. I'm in combat still? Interesting. Oops. It is awkward with a shield rate just not being AoE damage. What is that? I need my vengeance. Good thing we have a DK sucking everything in. Shield holds on the sacred shield again? Yeah. Yep, it definitely does. It was such a nice implementation of it, I think, where it's a buff that you maintain every 30 seconds. That felt really good. I think Eternal Flames obviously just gonna be the better choice. I think with the patch that we're in and stuff, Eternal Flame is stronger. I mean, a shield versus a shield is always better. Assuming they're the same strength, right? Which that's the issue, they aren't. So oh, let's do the big boy pull. There's a bloodluster there. Give Templar on live a node with 6 shield Eternal Flame and spec is fixed. Yeah, I don't know. It was just very enjoyable. Like it's for sure a fun spec. Or I don't know if it fits very well in today's day and age, but oh, it's the highest that my vengeance has ever been. Jesus Christ, though. Yeah. I mean, you do some damage then. Oh, I still have the vengeance up. Could one-shot that shit. Units. I guess I don't have a group party. Oh, fuck. Think we're doing a little bit split damage here. Oh shit. What are we doing? Oh, fuck, you got a shield. This one did manage to reset though, I think. Did look like it. I don't remember what I used to track if I house. Well, I used a custom-made add-on, the Infamade. Oh, I was like other bug. To track how big my sacred shields were to let me like know if I should recast it or how, like with the vengeance I have or whatnot. I just need that number again. Maybe I'll just hit up Infa and ask him to remake the add-on. But I guess maybe there's better, probably might be better weak auras these days for that, actually. Like, I would like a weak aura. I guess it doesn't really matter too much, but what you would want to have would be a weak aura. Like, how much bigger would your sacred shield be now if you casted it versus the one you have ticking on you, right? But at the same time, when it comes to Eternal Flame, you can't use it too often because you really only want to, you need to use it when you have 5 stacks of what's it called, Bastion of Glory, right? Which takes you time to build up. So if you have 5 stacks of Bastion of Glory, like if your current, like if you have one, oh there we go, level up, ding ding ding. If you have a Word of Glory, Eternal Flame ticking, and you have 5 Bastion of Glories, you might as well almost recast it. Maybe not instantly, like there's not really any point in like spamming it, I guess. But you are soon going to be using your like stacking Eternal Flame. Anyway, because it's just time for it, right? Sacred Shield is slightly different, but it's like you don't want to use Everglow a cooldown for it either, so. Grok AI. Yeah, I guess maybe AI can do that, but I'm not sure if that would be able. No, I'm not sure if there's an add-on that can, if you can make weaker or make such a specific thing. Ding, grats me. But like I said, with Eternal Flame, it's kind of irrelevant. I would like to see how big it is, most for just knowing the number, but also like, is it vengeance buffed or not, right? Because if it's ticking for like 10,000, or if it's ticking for 140,000, that's gonna make you like, that's all you're gonna know if that's vengeance buffed or not. But if it's ticking for 140,000 and now you have more vengeance, it would be ticking for 160,000. That could be relevant information, but when it comes to Eternal Flame, you're basically gonna use you're not gonna refresh it with such a small benefit. And if you are, you basically like, it's gonna come naturally when you're gonna refresh it anyway. So you would probably not refresh it right then. You would wait like 10 more seconds for when it comes more naturally when the timer goes out. So it's more if you have really low vengeance, but when you're playing, you're gonna get a feel for what number is a high number anyway, I guess. And you don't wanna, I guess it might be useful to know that you're not like refreshing a high one. As in, if you have 160k ticking, I don't know if that's a realistic number, at least maybe not now, but if you have one ticking for 160k and if you refresh it now, it will tick for 120, they might be worth just waiting with using your Eternal Flame until that one ticks out. That could be useful information, I guess. Do you ever get the desire to get back into competitive raiding? The amount of time and work it takes these days is too much, like for my family. So I wouldn't want to do that again, really. Because of that, like competitive raiding, I think the idea of racing world first for like a 2-week race and then be done with it, I like that idea. That would be a cool thing to do, but obviously you gotta hone your skills and keep your skills sharp, which means a lot of raiding during the weeks and whatnot, and that just means like a lot of evenings in every single week to working with that. Basically means that you have an evening job, right? And I have the past 2 years I've specifically been looking for jobs that are not evening jobs because I don't want to have to do that. Because I want to work on during the day when my kids are away, so I don't have to work when they're home. I do still raid. I raid casually, but we only raid we raid with our small community. We don't have a guild, and we only do like heroic. We did kill Gallywix this week, this season. So we have killed the end boss of every tier, except for Sepulcher. That was just a very long raid for our little team. I think we did kill Lords of Dread, and then we had Ragellan on like 2% something, but so we never actually even saw the jailer. Got enough of him from the Race of War first raid, so for sure. Right, that is gonna be for me tonight. I will be able to queue into Mogusham Palace and Shadowpan Mastery now. Shadowpan Mastery? Monastery. And I'll get a few more quests and whatnot. Unsure. I always enjoyed playing Kunlai Summit. Playing there. There's a lot of quests around, but I think Questy is wrong a lot, which is really awkward. Do I have quick quests enabled as well? No, I don't think so. It wouldn't be like handy notes or something that's giving me a bunch of weird ones, maybe. I guess it was quick quest. No, yeah, I guess it was. No, never mind. They just logged it in here. Handy notes might have had something to do with it, I guess, but oh, actually, are these grown now? Oh, okay, so it's 6 hours, so they don't actually take 24 hours. My crop is growing now. What? Most crops are ready the day after they start growing. Maybe they changed it, and now it just says 6 hours, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna find an inn, and then I'm gonna go AFK, or go to sleep. This is not an inn. This might be an inn. Wanna make sure I get that rested ticking, so... This is an inn. Cool. You have been disconnected for a while. Nice, thank you. Alright, that is it for me tonight. I will thank you for watching. It was a fun stream today again. And I think wait, tomorrow we might have guests tomorrow. I don't know how that will work in the evening or whatever, if they're gonna stay. If I stream or not. Otherwise, we'll do have Friday. Do we have plans on Friday? We have plans Saturday. That shouldn't but that shouldn't affect the evening. So I might stream then. Sunday also plans, but shouldn't affect the evening. I don't think we have plans on Friday either. So I'll try to stream when I can. Evenings, and try to get to 90 at some point. But at this rate, it's gonna be like 3 weeks. But yeah, 87 with 3 more levels to go. A little bit more variety now though, so that's always fun. With the dungeons, I do like just doing dungeons because then I don't have to think about what dungeons or what stuff there is to go around. But what I have to do and what I have to try to figure out other stuff. So, alright, that's it for me tonight. I will thank you for watching. I will see you guys next time. Good night, everyone. Oh, there we go. Stream is ending. Boom. Oh. Oh, right. I got some gifted subs. I forgot. I was so surprised I got a bunch of subs today. It's like, oh shit. Alright, night guys.